taking on Delvis, who's using the game title of Lowest of Low. I've got Premier. I believe it's the #1 mint. Okay, well, nothing is a match for me here, so an easy choice to take the mulligan. Have that arsenal at deck of 60 of mine reshuffled, and then they will once again deal me 8 cards. Alright. If I have a force match, my rule is that I keep it. Let's keep it. And I get to go first. If you use a second mulligan, it's a huge risk. Your opponent gets an extra card. You saw what happened in that last match. Sometimes that one card can make a difference. But in general, you don't be giving your opponents extra opportunities in this game, especially against talent like we typically have here live on stream. And Delvis certainly fits the bill with that. We've had some classic matchups. Look back at a lot of these video on demands, and I keep all here in the archive on Twitch. A pair of cloud covers here, weather. 3 spots open in my Warzone, 2 actions to go. Point is, if you ever run across a match where I'm taking on Delvis, where you see that over on Lou Remix, where I'm running past broadcast matches on a loop, and people watch, it's great. That's it for my turn. Roll of 1 for Delvis. Weather card. My turn. 2. Now, interesting spot here. I'm really not keen on putting anything in that 3rd spot in my Warzone when it's like a second pair of force cards. If it were weather, it'd be a no-brainer for me. But the fact, like, let's say next round rolls around, I roll another 2. And then I have a pair of fire in the fields or freezing rainstorms, hypothetically. Then I would have regretted having the A7 axe out there. Plus, anything you put out there could be hit with intel. Always fun for the opposing player to go play an intel match and then bounce 1 each of 3 sets of 2 from your Warzone. I've been wrecked in games before because of that. I've been able to do my fair share of wrecking as well with that approach. I'll end the turn, pass up the actions. And yet, who knows? It could turn out that I'll have regretted later not putting the axes out there. Like if they were out there and my opponent, if Delvis didn't mess with them, and I got a 3rd one on that next turn, then suddenly I have a force match. These are all things that I try to think about. And so when I have a moment or two to explain it, that's because more than anything, my hope is with these broadcasts and with these games, not only is it fun, it's awesome spending time with y'all. I have my regulars are great. Newcomers, you're welcome as well, obviously, but it's so much fun. I look forward to it. But on top of that, it's a fun game to play. And while I'm perpetually afraid with any game of burnout, that hasn't happened at all with this. It's really something. I mean, I'm playing, especially if it's a week where I have tournaments, I can have 50 games in a given week. Like with a normal week, the way the format is now, I'm talking 40 games just with these live player versus player matches. And yet, I still love it and enjoy it every time. There's a weather match, so an extra turn for Delvis, 1 action to go for the turn. WMD, extra turn. If it's a 2 or higher, it's a 6. That's usually a sign your opponent's about to drop 2 more of those down. When an extra turn is pending, and then that last card of the prior turn's a WMD, and sure enough, I was right. So a WMD match. You can play at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. It's mighty powerful, though. It will eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories, like Delvis just did there with mine. Pair of weather cards, pair of intel cards for Delvis. My turn. 4. Okay, so I've got that cloud cover. That'll make a weather match for me. That'll give me an extra turn. I have 3 spots open in my Warzone. 3 actions to go for this turn with that extra turn pending. Play a pair of fire in the fields, weather cards. Pair of weather, pair of force. 1 action to go for the turn with that extra turn pending, so I'll be a little more aggressive. Play a burn notice intel. Extra turn. 1. Okay, well, I'll play the second burn notice. I can do that. Put that into my turn. Roll of 2 for Delvis. There's a weather match. So there'll be an extra turn for Delvis coming up. I'm down to 2 territories. Delvis with a roll of 3. There's an intel match. I'd probably bounce 1 each of those 3 sets of 2 I have out there in my war zone. That would be my guess. And sure enough, that's what the play is. Like I said, I only think about it when I put things in that 3rd spot in my war zone, but I risked it there, and that risk did not pay off for me. Meanwhile, more intel, pair of intel cards from Delvis. My turn. 6. All right, so I can use building cards to go back for what got bounced. And then I can play 2 drop ships, and I'll have a force match. So we'll do that. Interrogation facility. On fire. You're at the hot seat. Now, if your arsenal is getting attacked, sometimes there are intel-based decks that will try and mill your arsenal down to 0, give you a compromised leader that way. Usually, though, for me, I'm bringing 3 cards back to my hand. I could do the split. I could just go for weather, but the better play is to go for the stuff that got bounced. That all's back in hand. 3 actions to go for the turn. And I mentioned before that Bill Hafiz, how it's you have the Genesis of Conflict and the Savage Escalation. It's similar here with the drop ships. Here's the Savage Escalation version. It's a force match anyway. I slice it, and that will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. One action to go for the turn. Put that fire in the fields back out there. That's it for my turn. Let's roll a 4 for Delvis. A 3rd stolen blueprints would be an intel match. You could bounce this stuff again. So that is a possibility. There are force cards. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. That was a slow road to get there, but I'll be able to play this 3rd fire in the fields. Take that extra turn in just a moment. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play a 2nd burn notice. Intel. Extra turn. 2. Okay. So the move here is to play a pair of force cards. It doesn't really matter because they all function the same way. It's the category that matters within Warsaken Blitz, but I want to be sure if there's anything I'm forgetting about in here. Like, I don't want to play 2 of them if I only have a chance to draw 1 more because the 4th's hiding down here and I forgot about it, but that's not the case. So, for the DX8, robot dogs with laser beams on fire. That's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis, who just rolled a 3. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Later in this hour, give me away another Warsaken wheel spin. Building cards, talk about things getting bounced. In this case, this is just bringing back something already played. You wouldn't bring back the WMD. I'm guessing a weather. It could be intel, but I'm guessing weather. Weather it is. So I know my opponent has a weather match in hand. If matter if Delvis can get enough actions to play it for the next turn. Roll a 6. All right. Building cards I can use if necessary, and I may. Let's go with a trio of Z-27 Tigers. That force match allows me to eliminate a 2nd territory, leaving only 2 remaining for my opponent. Two sets of 2 in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I'll go back for weather. I think that's the play. So take this Rio of fire in the fields and bring it back. Fire in the fields on fire. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 4 for Delvis. That's a dark-looking die. It's a dark gray die background with that black number. A little tougher to read, but making out there. There's a weather match. We knew that was a possibility since those weather cards were brought back in the prior turn with a building match. There's a tsunami, another weather card. Extra turn, roll of 2. 2 more tsunamis can mean an additional extra turn. Additional extra turn. 5. We're both down to 2 territories remaining. Delvis has a pair of intel cards and a pair of force cards in the war zone, sitting on 19 cards in hand. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using with this deck today. There's a force match. I'm down to 1 territory remaining. 4 actions to go for the turn. Intel. That could bounce cards from my war zone. It could force me to discard. It could try and mill cards from my arsenal. I'm guessing the war zone, probably 2 and 1, will be the split. What I tell you. Delvis is a sharp player. It's kind of easy to predict when it's like, well, do the most logical thing. Predict that, and that's what Delvis will probably do. There's a force match. It's going to give me a compromise leader. What a turn for Delvis. And yet it's my turn. Delvis just needs 1 more force match to beat me. If I can get a WMD match and a force match, I can get the win, but tougher road. 3. I can play weather, so I get an extra turn with that. Got 2 sets of 2 WMDs. If I get a force match and a WMD match and roll at least a 4 or higher with this extra turn, then I'd be able to get the win. So that's a bit of an ask, but we'll see. All right, it's not letting me click. And as I explained before, when that happens, just hit F5, if you're on a PC at least. This is with the app. See? Within 2 seconds, it brings you back to where you were. I've learned a layout for the voiceover talent there. I will give you an update. It's a game reset. But don't lose track of what you're doing. In this case, I want that extra turn. Let's see. 4. Okay, I got the WMD I needed, but not the force match I needed. 2 sets of 2 WMDs, or 2 potential matches. Ultimately, I needed 1. This WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponents. The final 2 territories remaining. Give my opponent a compromise leader. Okay, so I could choose one of these force duos to put out there. I could put intel out there, but really the play here is to go with a freezing rainstorm. But I might not get another roll. If Delvis rolls a 3 or higher here, has a force match, that would be the match. That would be the game. There's a roll of 4. So if Delvis, it could be a weather match as well, potentially. Get an extra turn. The next one of us to play a force match gets the win. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Delvis victorious. Whoa.
Warsaken.
So here we go, taking a Lucido Burrito. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. All right, well. Pair of weather cards. These are a pair as well, but I wouldn't want to play these right away, certainly. But I can work with this. You don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. If you have something you can work with, keep it. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using today with this deck. Lucida Burrito with a roll of 3 to start us off. Weather cards. That's a match. And an extra turn. 3. More information about Warsaken Blitz. Visit the Warsaken Discord. There's a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my 4 territories. So Lucida Burrito. Strong start. My turn. 1. Well, I mean, that's nice. We'll try something here. Let's see if I play one of them, what happens. EMP discharge. That's it for my turn. So roll 5. Taking on Lucida Burrito. Pair of weather cards. Violent Tornado. Intel. Pair of Intel cards. 1 action to go for the turn. And then another Intel. My turn. 5. All right. I'll play the other 2 EMP discharges. That WMD match will allow me to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. I have a wide open war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with a pair of Terrifying Storm weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. We'll pass up that last action. End the turn. It's a roll of 6 for Lucida Burrito. There's an Intel match. That's going to mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. I'm most concerned when this happens about how many building cards end up there. Go against an opponent that plays a lot of Intel. Be acutely aware of certain things. Building cards in your discard pile being one of them. So 2 sets of 2 weather, along with the standalone Intel that got pulled back. 2 actions to go for the turn. Building cards. My turn. 1. Well, pass up that action. End the turn. Lucida Burrito with a roll of 1. No play. My turn. 5. All right, so I have a 3rd Terrifying Storm. This will give me an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Nothing makes a match. But I can put some... I could put force cards out there, but... There's risk to doing that. Max Harper. Play 2 Max Harper cards here. Pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Extra turn. 5. All right, well, that worked out with Max Harper, huh? Play the 3rd Max Harper dealer. That'll be a force match. I'll eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. All right, 4 actions to go for the turn. peeking in there, trying to remember what I have versus what I need versus what I might expect. Without any sort of real, or any sort of pair as far as weather cards go. We'll go ahead with the Resident of Ede, play 2 of those. Pass up those last 2 actions and end the turn. Taking on Lucido Burrito. So it's a roll of 3. Lucido Burrito. There's a weather match. That'll mean an extra turn for my opponent. Lucido Burrito is down to 1 territory remaining, but 2 actions to go for this turn with an extra turn to come. WMD. Pair of WMDs. Extra turn, roll of 1. But if there's a third of those WMDs, then that's going to be just enough to get the job done. With a CX5 viral outbreak, there's the third. That's a WMD match, eliminating 2 of my 3 remaining territories. We're both down to 1. My turn. 1. I'll play a geomagnetic disturbance. But that's it for my turn. So Lucido Burrito with a roll of 5. There's a force match. Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one, snuck past my defenses. Give me a compromise later. Lucido Burrito just needs 1 more force match to beat me. That's how it works in Warsaken Blitz. Once you have a compromised leader, all your opponent needs is 1 force match to get the win. A WMD won't work, though. They don't make it too powerful. There's a certain balance to this game. Pair of intel cards for Lucido Burrito to end the turn. My turn. 6. All right, we get the win right here. Resident of Ede, air defense. That force match will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory. B6 Rabid Beast for the win. All right, good game, Lucido Burrito. All right, here we go. Taking on Nathaka. With the game title of Elite. A bit of an unusual distribution, but I can work with that. Even just a pair of intel cards. I'll work with that. Keep it. You don't want to be too picky when it comes to your starting 8. Luckily for me, I rolled a 6, so that's going to open up a few things potentially. Nothing makes a match. But play a pair of weather cards. Tropical Cyclone. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of intel cards here with the assassination attempt. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. 2 actions to go for the turn. But I'm not going to put a WMD pair out there right now. That's not my usual MO. So I'll pass up those last 2 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 1 for Nathaka. It's a force card played. Again, early on, you can find out, potentially at least, clues for what type of deck your opponent might have. You never know for sure. And the more as people continually come on board to play Warsaken Blitz, trying to get that gut feeling for what your opponent has might be a bit elusive. Okay, I really don't want to put that out there as a 2/3 play at this point of the match. So instead, we'll go with Force here, Rayanne the Insider, Night Vision, Film at 11, the scoops on your late local newscast. That's it for my turn. Nathaka with a roll of 2. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Down to 3. It's my turn. 6. Well, didn't need the extra nuke, but okay. That's interesting as well. Intel possibilities, but first things first, tactical nuke. This will be a WMD match. It's going to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Scrapyard, S3-1035. Very specific. And Mount Optania. So Nathaka is down to 2 territories. I have 3 actions to go for the turn. With only 8 cards, this can be a particular nuisance. This assassination attempt, this will force Nathaka to discard 3. I can mill 6 from Nathaka's arsenal, send it to her discard pile. This is the better play here. If you're going to force your opponent to discard in this game, the earlier the better. I'll put out a pair of RCG Charleston's force cards. A little more aggressive than I might normally there. Nathaka having to discard 3 of those 8. You definitely want to do this before your opponent plays the WMD. Otherwise, their extras, their leftovers they can't use, end up there. So weather, force, and another force. 6. Another disadvantage when that happens, like Nathaka had 5 cards there. So even with that 6, it's only 11 cards in hand. But 3 of those does make a force match. That eliminates the 2nd territory. There goes my Treasury Department with that high yield. We're both down to 2 territories. Pair of force cards. And an intel. My turn. 1. That's beneficial to have, but doesn't help me in the moment. As it is, it's only that 1 spot left open. My war zone will leave it open, pass it the action in the turn. So roll 2 for Nathaka. So as we pass 4 p.m. Eastern through the reset, this is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. Live on Twitch. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Pair of intel cards now for Nathaka, who played a standalone force card in the turn. My turn. 2. All right, so Rayanne the Insider. World exclusive. That's a force match. Allows me to eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. One action to go for the turn. Not going to put just 1 silo out there. I do have 2 spots open, so I have options if I want to use them here. Pair of intel cards out there is a pretty strong deterrent, though. I think I'll stick with what I got. Pass up the action in the turn. So we're both down. I'm down to 2 territories. Nathaka's down to 1, but some options out there in the war zone opposite me. Roll 6. There's Nathaka there is down to 5 cards, now to 11, but again, that intel, hitting that early with the force discard. That put Nathaka at a disadvantage as far as that total number of cards went. A pair of weather cards, a pullback. Reactions to go for the turn. If Nathaka has a WMD, it would give me a a compromised leader here. That's a concern. You see a pullback, uh-oh. But instead, it was just opening up a spot in that war zone. Again, I value that. So I notice I'm not the only person that plays that way. There's a lot of latitude you give yourself when you do that. Roll 4. Okay. So I can play the silos here. I'm not going back for a WMD. It'd be either Intel or more likely Rand's going to get some more continuing story, breaking news. But since I only have 3, I can't do that and play it this turn, but I can at least get them in hand. And again, with the resource silo, that's a set 1, Genesis of Conflict, and set 2, Savage Escalation trio there, where I have some from both sets. There aren't that many that overlap, but that's one of them. I try to point it out when I see it, or when I'm playing it, as the case may be. So we'll bring back Rand the Insider. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put any of those out there right now. My opponent just saw me bring them back. And since I have 2 spots open in my war zone, I've got room for something else. We'll go Weather, Geomagnetic Disturbance. And that ends the turn. So roll of 1 for Nathaka. My next broadcast will be tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. With more Warsaken Blitz, live player versus player competition here on Twitch. No play there for Nathaka. My turn. 2. All right, so I can play this. Let me bring my hand down for a moment. I have the 2 tropical cyclones out there already. There's a 3rd. I'll take the extra turn. Some risk to doing it that way, but that's what I'm going to do. Play one of those Rand the Insiders, extra turn. 3, okay. And I believe we'll get the win right here. We'll go with a pair of Rand the Insiders. Give her the Pulitzer. Award-winning journalism. Only 1 action to go for the turn, but only need 1 more. RCG Charleston for the win. All right, good game to Thaka. Here we go, taking on Arcvolt 25. Okay, well, I do have a pair of building cards here. I'm going to take a mulligan. Really don't want to play building cards by themselves early. That just doesn't work out very well usually. So I'll use the mulligan. And I'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal -8 again. Okay, so unfortunately, nothing here. I mean, I can, again, same deal with the building cards. So luck of the draw, not so much on my side here, at least with this early. Just use that second mulligan. I'm stuck with whatever they give me, and my opponent gets an extra card to start the match. See the 9 cards up there. So Arcvolt with the extra card, but I get to go first. 3. And I end up with really nothing after all that. Again, the second mulligan is not necessarily going to be the answer to your problems. At least from what I found. Well, this is unusual, so let's play a little bit differently than I might normally. Let's go with just a pair of standalone weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm, Violent Tornado. Mix it up a bit. Pass up the last action in the turn. This is the Code Incoming Game Mat. Many thanks to Biscuit, who gave that to me. Roll of 3 for my opponent. Taking on Arcvolt 25. So there's a trio of Blinding Sandstorms, the force match. Extra turn. It's a roll of 4. So it's a pair of building cards. I do some maneuvering to my ceiling fan turned back on over here. It's cooled down quite a bit, but warmed up today here in the Nashville area. My turn. 4. All right, that works for me. White phosphorus bomb. WMD match. And open the bottle of water far enough away from the microphone. I'm not sure how that filter works on that. I'm not here trying to go off my blood foil. Just hit that button. So that's a WMD match, which will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Spoils of war. Hey, fortune favors the brave. One action to go for the turn. I could play an Azar Cyrus here, but I won't. Pass the action in the turn. It's a roll of 5. Taking on Arc Volt 25. Arc Volt with the Savage Beast game title for this deck, for this match. 14 cards and 5 actions here for my opponent. There are 2 building cards out there. A third would mean bringing back the weather. Said there's a pullback. 4 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards. Agent Zera. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Oh. We'll go with the Azar Cyrus Fabricator Force match. Mistress of Steel Arts. So this will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. That's it for the turn. So Arc Volt with a roll of 3. A pair of building cards, a pair of force cards, and a weather card. Remember to look for the insignia, that emblem on the bottom left of the card. That's going to match up with one of these 6 categories. If you see a G, it's a G force, but anything else should match. And this is important because it's the categories that are key for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz. Your territory cards and your leader card are all separate as far as that goes. The morale matters with that, but with the rest of it, the detail isn't what's important. What's important is that whichever category it falls into. 4. It's the simplified version of Blitz. Makes it so much easier for people to learn how to play this wonderful game. All right, so let's go with the Abdul Hafiz Supplier, Savage Escalation, and the Set 1 version as well, the Genesis of Conflict. So, again, one of those few that do match up. You can make a match out of with multiple sets of the same card. A little bit different photo or image there for Set 1. See? But the same guy, and thus a force match. And specifically the same title. Compromise later for my opponent. I just need 1 more force match to get the win. However, I don't have one here at the moment. So we'll play a 2nd Violent Tornado. That's going to end my turn. Roll of 5. Taking on Arc Volt, who has 21 cards. It might look like I'm in a really strong position here, but if Arcvolt's able to start stringing some stuff together, and this will certainly lead the way. A WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Remember, each side can play at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards. My turn. 2. All right, well, I need a force match to get the win, but I'm not going to have that here. So we'll go with a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation Weather, to be precise, and Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for my turn. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken Wheel Spin. Your chance to win's coming up. My next broadcast tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. Roll 3 for Arcvolt. There's a force match for Arcvolt. That will eliminate a 3rd territory. I'll be down to just 1 remaining. 2 actions to go for the turn. Arcvolt's on the comeback trail. There's another force match. We're both going to have compromised leaders. Look at this. As long as you have cards in your arsenal, you still have a legitimate chance to fight your way back into a given match. In a given game of Warsaken Blitz. If I can get a force match here, I'll get the win. My turn. 1. Oh, I got a weather card. Oh my. Well, it's not going to happen on this turn for me, certainly. That's it for the turn. Arcvolt just needs to get 1 more force match to bait me. That's a 5 or a 6, and Arcvolt has enough building cards to make a match. That would be the game, and Arcvolt would likely win. Roll a 4. So that we get like, if you brought back the Agent Xeris, if you just had 1 more of these building cards over here, that'd be different. Instead, more direct route. There's a force match for the win. Arcvolt did it. What a rally. Good game. Arcvolt 25 gets the win. All right, here we go. Taking on Moonbaz Marty in Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Live. All right, so I have my notes caught up now. Well, I have a pair of building cards. Well, I got the forces over here. I was talking before about how you have the Genesis of Conflict Set 1, Abdul Hafiz, and the Savage Escalation. Different images, certainly, but same name, and that's what matters. So we'll keep it. Moonbaz Marty gets to go first. The game randomly picks one of the 2 players to go first. You start with a leader card, 4 territory cards, and your arsenal of 60. So roll 3. You're trying to get your opponent's leader compromised. You do that by either eliminating all of your opponent's territories, having your opponent's arsenal hit 0 cards, or have their morale hit 0. Pair of force cards. Usually, it'll be the route of trying to eliminate territories in Blitz, but not always. My turn. 1. We'll use the Genesis of Conflict version of Abdul Hafiz. And that's it for the turn. And again, thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat, this code incoming game mat. It's great in Warsaken. You can customize the cosmetics, as they're referred to. Like the die that Moonbaz Marty has here, that 24 karat gold, looks different than what I have, where it's sometimes use the white and purple like I have here. So a pair of force cards, but that's it for the moment for Moonbaz Marty. It's my turn. 5. Play that second Abdul Hafez. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with Weather, Blinding Sandstorm. 2 spots open. 2 actions to go for the turn. I could put another force pair out there, but I don't know. I'm going to pass up the actions in the turn. Sometimes you'll wish in a subsequent turn that you hadn't filled up that 3rd spot in your war zone. Roll of 6 here for Moonbaz Marty. But then again, if I would have played the ZS Wolf, and then if a 3rd one were to pop in my hand, then it'd be a different matter. 2 sets of 2 weather for Moonbaz Marty. Next to that pair of force cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Perfect example right here. So I didn't have those force cards in the way. Now I can play, I've got a couple options. I can play a pair of weather cards. Much rather have weather out there. Pass up the last action in the turn. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Taking on Moonbaz Marty here in Warsaken Blitz. NashvilleLou live. Roll of 1. So Kron saying get the flat orange card sleeve. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me know. I always appreciate. Obviously, with those wheel spins, you're free to do what you want with them. But when you use them like that, I like to hear what people get. Always interesting to me. Roll a D20. That'd be a different kind of roll. Roll a 1, which is not going to do me any favors here. Oh, pass up the action in the turn. Moonbaz Marty with the white card back and the creator signature on it. Roll a 5. There's a WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. There's a force match. We're down to 1 territory remaining. Moonbaz Marty, bringing it. And then a force card to end the turn. My turn. 6. Wow. Okay. Well, I do have Abdul Hafiz hiding out back here. Don't forget about me, pal. All right, so this will be a force match for me. You know, I've got a lot of cards when you have a match that's hiding off the side of the screen, but this will eliminate one of Moonbaz Marty's 4 territories. 5 actions to go. At least I can use the building cards now and go back. Not exactly a surprise what I'm going back for, but at least I can utilize those actions. I'm not going to last very long by just not doing anything turn after turn. I can put 2 of those out there now. That risks it possibly getting targeted because I just brought it back. I think actually the better move instead of doing that. The Moonbaz Marty usually doesn't have morale. Well, morale is true. It doesn't usually show up there. Not much as far as intel goes, but you never know. Either way, I'm going to play a pair of weather cards here, Cloud Cover. And that's it for my turn. Roll a 3 for Moonbaz Marty. It's funny how you can kind of learn the traits and the usual approaches for various players. There's a force match. Doesn't matter how much I've scouted Moonbaz Marty. Bringing the heat here. Got a compromised leader. Moonbaz Marty just needs 1 more force match to get the win. So there's a standalone force card to end the turn. My turn. 1. I was hoping a weather was going to drop in. And not like another one of those. Wow. Oh, come on. We'll send Abdul Hafiz back out there. That'll end the turn. So Moonbaz Marty just needs one more force match, roll of 2. Got 2 more of these beam tanks up there, that'd be it. Also the possibility of a weather. And there's the weather match. So Moonbaz Marty have an extra turn. There's a second beam tank. Extra turn, roll of 5. Surely this will do it. Moonbaz Marty just needs one more force match to get the win. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Private Sarah Vet for the win. All right, good game. Moonbaz Marty victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Bob Prime. Someone who says he's new to the game. Auto-built deck. And yet it's not like it's some sort of impossible thing. I mean, any given match, you never know. It's part of what makes this so much fun. Certain level of unpredictability to it. Okay, well, I'll take a mulligan here. The only pair I have are building cards, and that just doesn't work for me. That's more like it. Well, Foxbusters, you only want to use that second mulligan if you absolutely need to. So I won't. And I get to go first. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using with this deck. And I've got the accessories, what they call in this game, the cosmetics. In this case, the white die with the red numbers on it. 5. All right, so nothing is a match, but I can play a pair of weather cards, so Geomagnetic Disturbance. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. We'll put the Foxbusters out there. Great cards. So a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. I'm taking on Bob Prime. Rolls the 3. Pair of force cards. 1 action to go for the turn. Interesting. So a pair of force cards and a morale card. Said morale is part of this. Those shields with the numbers on them. A morale match can knock 6 points off of your opponent's morale. If that hits 0, your opponent has a compromised leader. So I rolled a 3. I have 2 spots open in my war zone. Kind of a weird spot as far as, maybe I'll put the Bella Ivanovas out there, or maybe I'll wait a turn. I'd much rather have an additional weather pair out there. Otherwise, I've got 2 sets of 2 force, and that sometimes really brings out intel against you. And yeah, I'm not sure how much intel, if any, that my opponent has. Simply don't know. But in this case, I'll pass up those 3 actions in the turn. Roll of 1. So a second morale card played there. Pair of force cards, pair of morale cards for my opponent. My turn. 5. Okay, 2 spots open in my war zone. And play intel. Rubbish. I mean, it may look like a force card at a glance, but the insignia is what matters. Intel. So a pair of weathers, pair of forces, pair of intels. 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing else, or nothing makes a match there. And I very much want to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. So pass it the last of those 3 actions and end the turn. Taking on Bob Prime here on NashvilleLou Live. The game is Warsaken Blitz. Roll a 5 for Bob. Pair of intel cards. And that's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Okay, well, I finally have a force match. Took a while to get here, but better late than never. T15, Jameson Hauler.
Select target.
And there you see the value of keeping that 4th spot in my war zone open. Bernant Supply Factories. -6 morale. Now, it probably won't be a factor because I don't have morale cards in my deck here, but in some cases it might, depending on the opponent. As far as that morale goes, if that hits 0, it's just like if your territories are all eliminated, or if your arsenal hits 0. At that point, you got to compromise later. Roll of 1. No play. My turn. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer. Looking for another opponent I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz, and this is not creating matches for me here. Oh, pass of that single action right there, and end the turn. So Bob Prime with a roll of 5. There's a morale match. That drops my morale from 19 down to 13. Now, luckily for me, I've got a couple of cards in here. They're only -1 morale. They get taken out as far as territories go. The Vast Hinterland from set 1. There's another morale match. That will drop me from 13 down to 7. Yeah. So luckily for me, this is -3 morale, the Port of Carmasani. This is -3 morale, Bancare Island. So if they get taken out, I would, like if like a WMD match, to take those out, I would be able to still have 1 morale left. Sometimes that 1 morale makes the difference in a match. So that's why I tend to, when it comes up, when it's irrelevant, it's helpful to know how it works. 6. And how that works. All right. Play 3 Jacks, Nash, the Courier. Again, it's not the particular card per se that matters, it's the category. That's a force match. This will eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. Three actions to go for the turn. Play a 3rd rummage card here. Intel. I could force my opponent to discard 3. I can mill 6 cards from my opponent's arsenal, although 37, that's really not the play. Let's bounce. You choose to bounce. That allows you to bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone to their discard pile. Let's go one of it. Well, I'm not even concerned about the morale necessarily. Let's go 1 of the force and both of the planet devices. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with weather cards. Already have 1 weather pair out there. Really don't want to put a second force set out there. Intel, I think it'd be better served instead going weather. So Blinding Sandstorm, 2 of them. That's it for my turn. Taking on Bob Prime, rolls a 3. There's a morale match. Now, maybe I'll end up regretting not taking that out earlier, because I'm down to 1 morale. So any sort of force match, a morale match, a WMD, any of those would give me a compromised leader, because my morale would hit 0. My turn. 4. I can play building cards. I can play intel, but not a really good position as far as intel goes for value. Let's see. Everything in here is going to be a trio. Man. Really wish there was weather in there to go back for. There's not. So, let's see. Let's go ahead and go back for the force. Play the G-Type missile silo. This will be a building match. Bring 3 cards to my hand. We'll bring back Jack's Nash. I think I have 4 of those, right? I should have looked before I pulled it up, but I think that's correct. So I can potentially, if there's a situation where I can like put 1 out there, even if it's taken out, I would still have 3 remaining. But kind of a tight spot here, given that there's only 1 spot left open in my war zone. I'm hoping I'm going to have some sort of WMD drop in, but that's going to need to happen very soon if it's going to happen. I have 1 morale, so my opponent could give me a compromise later relatively easily. So I have to be aware of that. Pass up the action, though, in the turn. Taking on Bob Prime. Roll of 1. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer. Been looking for another opponent I haven't played today in Warsaken Blitz. There's a second weather card. My turn. 5. All right, I didn't get a WMD, so that's noteworthy. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, I only have 2 force matches at the moment. I'm trying to think. Because at some point, when you've got an opponent with 2 territories remaining and you're waiting on a WMD that you're hoping will show up, but you don't know if it will. Let's see. Okay, the weather. Go with the extra turn. Let's think before I just rush back into this. Okay, so I have the 2 forces I would need to compromise my opponent's leader if I don't get the WMD. But how long do you wait on that? Building cards. This would give me all the pieces I need potentially if I have to go force only, but that's a lot of actions to use, specifically in this turn. So, again, acutely aware that I only have 1 morale left. Let's bring back the geomagnetic disturbance. Play 1 of those. Extra turn. It's not going to let me click. So at F5, it'll reload the app. It's the one bug to the game. Time to time, and just won't let you click. See, I mean, look how quickly everything's back. And here we go, extra turn. 3. All right, so I got the WMD match. Let's think about this. I play 2 weathers and go extra turn. But then if I roll a 1 or a 2, I can't play the WMD. And I want to just do that now. Because even if I went like +3 actions, that would only be to 4, and I would need 6 to get the win. So instead, let's knock out the WMD. Let's do it. WMD match will eliminate my opponent's final 2 territories. I'll give my opponent a compromise leader. But that's it for my turn. So I need 1 more force match to get the win. It's a roll of 6. This could do it. My opponent can get some sort of a match to get my morale down to 0 and then play a force match to take out a compromise leader. I can have all my territories and still lose the match. 1 each on the force cards. There's a force match. It doesn't matter which one gets eliminated as far as the territories. It's going to take my morale to 0. I'm going to have a compromised leader. Another force match. There's either of those standalone forces out there. I have 2 more up in my opponent's hand, then I'm going to lose the match here. Even if for some reason you go after Vast Hinterland, it doesn't matter which one you go after. My morale's going to hit 0. Let's See, compromised leader by morale. 2 actions to go for the turn. Does my opponent have 2 more D78 detection disruptors? There's 2. 1 more would be the match. But instead, it's a second. Hey, Kane. Wow. The next one of us to get a force match will get the win. Let's see. What do we have? 1. I'm going to get the win right here with a G1 Foxbuster. What a battle. Oh, it's not letting me click. I just hit F5. All right, come on. There we go. That's it for the match. What a battle. Went down to the very end. My goodness. We both have the same tag there, game tag. Okay, so we have, let's see. You have the half second of false hope sometimes with these night vision cards. They don't actually have any that make a pair. So I'll reshuffle my arsenal of 60 with a mulligan, and the mulligan will allow me to be dealt 8 cards again. So slide it into place. Okay, well, I can work with that. At least there's intel I can work with. Some sort of pair I can use out of the gate. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. Okay. This is the base entrance game mat that I listed on my prize wheel. So if you're wanting some context on that, this is how it looks in game. Roll a 4. All right, so I'll have an intel match here. I'll force my opponent to discard 3 of that starting 8. One action is left over to go for the turn, but just pass that up in the turn, so we'll see which cards get discarded and in what order here from my opponent. Taking on UXWLU. Last battle of the night. Yeah, ZL, this is going to be the last one. My voice, it's tough. I mean, we're past 5 p.m. Eastern. That's usually to 10 opponents. So, yes, I think it will be. All right, pair of weather cards for UXWU. So that intel played, guessing all's fair and turnaround. Oh, those are the discards. I got distracted. Never mind. I was thinking that I somehow missed an intel being played. So it was a weather, a force, and an intel that ended up in my opponent's discard pile there. For a moment, I thought I'd overlooked something. Having to handle several tasks at once with a live stream sometimes makes me slightly paranoid I've overlooked something. Not the case, but stuff out there in my opponent's war zone to be aware of nonetheless. What is this card? Look at that. 262-7 Inferno. Man. Savage Escalation. That's the new set. Cool looking card. 3 actions for the turn, wide open war zone. Let's go with a pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic Disturbance. 1 action to go for the turn. Intel, Stolen Blueprints. Grandman Can, hello. Lurking. Certainly welcome to lurk and listen. Although a lot of people do. It's certainly welcomed. 3 actions here for my opponent. A pair of weather cards, pair of intel, a force, and then another pair of weather cards. My turn. 1. Hello, Cranman Can. Hi. Well, I can play a second Stolen Blueprints, pair of intel cards, but that's it for my turn. Roll of 2 for UXWU. So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. So a pullback on the force, and that's it for the turn. 5. All right, so I'll have a weather match here. The geomagnetic disturbance, savage escalation weather. Take the extra turn in a moment. 4 actions still to go for this turn. I have a force match here with Max Harper, dealer. That force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. What is this? Oh, that's the port of Karmasani. Like you've never seen it before. Scrapyard. That's the Black Earth Mine. So all -3 or lower. That's a good direction to go if you're putting a deck together for Blitz. Low morale territories are good like that. So anyway, we'll take out the Scrapyard. Different savage escalation territory. 1 action to go for the turn. Play a Resin of Ede. And I think I won't, though. In that pair of intel cards out there. Bit of a deterrent. Pass the last action in the turn. Extra turn. 6. All right, so I can play a 3rd Stolen Blueprints. Intel. Let's bounce. Bounce a weather. Bounce an intel. Bounce the other weather. Storm Surge. A black camo, no less. But it's eliminated. 5 actions to go for this. Bounced. It's the turn. It's in my opponent's discard pile. 5 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone. Let's go with weather. A pair of terrifying storms. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I will put some force out there. Can show. I'll pass it that last action in the turn. Taking on UXOOU. And Warsaken Blitz. Roll 4. Pair of intel cards. Then a pullback. On that weather card to open up a spot. 1 action to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. I'll pass up that action in the turn. Let's roll 2. Two actions to go for the turn. All right, my turn. Building card pair out there. 5. Tough spot for me here. It's the Ghost Training Facility. With camo. Alright, so I have 5 actions. But unfortunately, nothing's creating a match for me here. So we'll go with a pair of weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm. Pass up those last 3 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 6 for UXOOU. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. A lot of options here, potentially for my opponent. Building card. Match. Intel Force and Intel Force and Weather, I think it was. Oh, there's Force. That's a Force match, which will eliminate one of my 4 territories. We'll both be down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. Morale cards. You never know for sure what you're going to find in a given match. My turn. Rolled a 1. Well, nothing makes a match, so I'll pass up the 1 action there and end the turn. Roll of 1. It's tough to read that die. Dark charcoal and black. Not a fan of it where it's tougher to read like that, but it is a cool look nonetheless. Well, there's a morale match. That's going to take me from 16 morale down to 10. If my morale hits 0, at that point I'll have a compromised leader. My turn. Currently it's a 10. Roll of 2. Well, I can play this third Terrifying Storm. That'll give me an extra turn. Play a Freezing Rainstorms. Hope I roll a 2 or higher here. 6. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, so I can play the other 2 of the 3 Freezing Rainstorms, like an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. 4 and 4 here, so there's no advantage over choosing one or the other as far as which 3 to use here. B6, Rabid Beast. Black Earth Mine. Savage Escalation. Eliminated. So my opponent's down to 2 territories. 1 action for this turn for me. Okay, I'll play 1 Resident Evil. Extra turn. 6. Okay, so I'm not going to get the WMD match, but let's think about this. Without fear. A Resident Evil. So I can play 2 of those. I could play another 3. I would still be 2 turns shy of getting the win doing it that way. It's weird to me that's doing the dancing thing. I'm going to F5s. I don't trust the cards. I think there's a third one there. It's not showing up. See? Luckily, F5 is very much a thing that's beneficial for curing problems with this game, if you might happen to run across them from time to time. All right, let's play the third. Blinding Sandstorm. Can't wait around forever for a WMD. Pin show. So we'll leave my opponent with 1 territory remaining. Resident Evil. 2 of those. I'll give my opponent a compromised leader. Pair of 00 Black Blades. My opponent, the compromised leader. Doesn't really matter what I roll right here. It's a 1, but all I needed was 1. Double O Black Blade for the win. Yeah, I think Zeal figured it out before I did. All right, good game, UXOOU.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Zeal. My first opponent of the broadcast here. Sometimes you get a nice break with those opening 8. A match, a force match right away, keep. This is the Urban Warzone game method I'm using. The way it works in Warsaken Blitz, you have a leader card, 4 territory cards, and then your arsenal of 60, your deck. You see that list of categories there. Within that deck, each of those cards fits in one of those 6, and in most cases, morale won't be a part of it. Sometimes it will, but usually you'll see the other 5 more. 6. And it's pretty simple. You roll the die, and you get that many cards and that many actions for the turn. So a really nice start for me here. I can't complain about this. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. Send in the Soldier Heavy right away. That's a force match. A force match allows you to eliminate one of your opponent's 4 territories. Warehouse Precinct. Savage Escalation territory. So a wide open war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go weather. Here, fire in the fields. 3 spots open in my war zone, 1 action to go for the turn. Put an intel card out there, satellite recon. That'll do it for my turn. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Roll of 6 for Zeal. There's a weather match, so that'll likely mean an extra turn for Zeal, who still has 3 actions to go for this turn. Intel cards. A pair of intels, a third. Well, they allow for a few options. I could be forced to discard. I could bounce the 3 cards to my war zone, but instead, going after my arsenal, milling 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. Concerns me greatly when my building cards show up here. The extra turn, roll of 1. Got to be careful with your building cards against an intel heavy deck. My turn. 2. And yeah, I don't know for sure just how intel heavy it really is. Try something sneaky. Pair of WMDs that I know I'm not going to use in all likelihood. Put them out there, let's see what happens. I almost never play this way, so I'm trying something a little different here. So I've seen people before use WMDs kind of like as red herrings or something for opponents to target that you don't actually need. Now the flip side is it does take up room in my war zone. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. Later in the hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. It's your chance to win coming up. Roll a 5 for Zeal. Pair of weather cards make it 3. That's a weather match. So an extra turn for Zeal, who still has 3 actions to go for this turn. Intel. Pair of control the message intel cards. Now that could allow for bouncing cards to my war zone. It could allow for milling down my arsenal, my deck. Roll a 6 on the extra turn, my goodness. If your arsenal hits 0, it's just like if all of your territories are eliminated, or if your morale hits 0. Any of those 3, you've got a compromised leader. You got a bunch of intel out there. So always look for the insignia, that emblem on the bottom left of the card. That'll help tell you what category it falls into. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of intel to be staring down, I gotta tell you. And then pulling back to make a little bit of space. Resets a 2 intel and then a standalone. We'll find a better intel in here to play. Wow. My turn? 4. All right, if I play this, the cleverness with the WMDs out there kind of fades a bit, but I thought it was worth a try. I could wait, but I think that would be kind of foolish since I don't have anything better to play here in the interim. A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories. In this case, 2 of the 3 remaining. So my opponent's down to 1 territory remaining. But now, capers up here on the tactical nukes I put out there. So I'll bring 1 back just because I wasn't going to use that last action anyway. It's now just kind of debris that's in the way. But if one of those, I mean, you saw how many pairs of intel were played. If one of those had been a match, perhaps they would have been targeted sitting out there like that. Zeal with a roll of 1. That's a second planted device. 4 wide, 2 deep, and it's all intel. My turn. I need 2 more force matches to get the win. You have to be careful, though, because if your opponent plays a bunch of intel and mills your arsenal down and you don't have enough force matches to get the win, it's a rather unpleasant way to lose in this game. Kind of a slow motion feel to it. Well, what I'll do here is I'll pull back the tactical nuke because now it's just in the way. Maybe that idea wasn't so clever after all, but I had to try it. Satellite recon, I'll put that second intel out there, and that'll be it for my turn. I know full well that I could get targeted by an intel play by my opponent. I think it's unlikely I'd be forced to discard because my opponent already knows I have 2 WMD cards that I can't even use now. Roll of 2 here for Zeal. When you find yourself against an intel heavy deck opponent, here's an intel match. I'm guessing that's going to mill my arsenal. It goes from 32 down to 26. And the goal here with an intel heavy deck is to get your opponent's arsenal down to 0. At that point, your opponent's got a compromised leader, and then you just need 1 force match to get the win. And that's whatever the case is for the compromised leader. A WMD won't do it. You have to have a force match to get the win, and so makes for some interesting situations in late gameplay. Roll a 6. Okay, I'll be able to give my opponent a compromised leader here with the X3 Black Dog. Let's see, do I have any fire in the fields here? Yes, I do. So I could go back for that. So we're going for fire in the fields now, before playing the Black Dog. I would only need to play 1 more to make it a... That's the play. So let's see. I would need 1 more double EL or 2 G16s or Rayans. Go back for 2 Rayans. Fire in the fields. Fire in the fields. I'll use to get an extra turn here in a moment. And 2 Rayans, so I'll have another force match in hand. 3 actions to go for the turn. I can play fire in the fields here. We'll go extra turn. I can play 2 of these X3 Black Dogs. I'll have an extra turn. If I roll a 4 or higher, I'll win the match. What do we have? It's a 1. Okay. So only a 1, but I can go ahead and play that 3rd X3 Black Dog. That'll be a force match. That will eliminate my opponent's final territory. Give my opponent a compromised leader. Nafaka, hello. Hola. That's it for my turn. I just need 1 more force match to get the win, but it's a roll of 4. I have 19 cards in my arsenal. If that hits 0, at that point I'd have a compromised leader. And with all those pairs of intel cards out there in my opponent's war zone, we might get close to it. We'll see. Interesting to see a force card put out there, but I guess you have to get that force in position potentially if you're going to mill your opponent's arsenal down to 0. Then a pullback. Non-conventional. 2 actions to go for the turn. Weather, that's it for the turn. All right, so if I roll a 3 or higher here, I'll win the match. It's a 2. Oof. I can afford to put the 2 Rayans out there. If this gets eliminated, or if these cards get bounced by intel, which could happen, I have another force match in hand. I'm down to 17 cards in my arsenal now, and each one of those intel matches can mean milling 6 down from that number. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Roll a 3 for Zeal. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'll be looking for another opponent in my player versus player competition. The way it works here, I play people 1 at a time. And if they beat me, they win a prize from my prize wheel. There's an intel match that could bounce cards from my war zone. It could mill my arsenal down from 17 down to 11. That's interesting. Again, there's a reason I didn't put that out there without having some thought behind it as far as the force cards in my war zone, but that's an intel not used against my arsenal. So you see the distinction there. 2 actions to go for the turn here for Zeal, my first opponent of the day here on NashvilleLou Live. Tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to have for 2 p.m. Eastern. Hope to have something, time permitting. But there's a Blue Mint tournament coming up. So we'll have that. Thursday's a bit of a question mark as well. I want to know for as close to for sure as you can be with something like scheduling is for Friday. Back with more Warsaken Blitz in this normal time slot. Trying to incorporate those Blue Mint tournaments as much as possible. Some great cross promotion. Sometimes it allows me to play at times of the day where I normally wouldn't. 2 actions to go here for Zeal. Pair of intel cards. If I could roll a 3 or higher here, I'll win the match. It's a 6. Double EL for the win. Force match will eliminate my opponent's compromised leader. All right, good game, Zeal. All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Thanks to everybody for taking the time to watch, to play, enjoy this game here today. All right, pair of weather cards. You don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. You can use a mulligan, but sometimes that can lead you down a bad path. End up with progressively worse things happening. Keep it. This is the code incoming game mat that I'm using. This was given to me by Biscuit. So many thanks to Biscuit for that. Taking on Tech. All right, so Tech rolls a 1. A morale card. Tech has some morale deck victories over me. It's nice to have that kind of variety displayed on stream. Nice to have this kind of variety here. A pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic disturbance. That ends the turn. It's a roll of 6 for Tech. Now my morale's at 20, and that's because my leader is a 20 morale. Morale is going to take 6 points from that, so it goes from 20 down to 14. Again, another morale match, my goodness. So I went from 20 to 14 to 8. If that hits 0, I have a compromised leader. My turn. 6. All right. Well, first things first, I mean, I should note, because if a WMD were to take out 2 of my territories, luckily, these are all -3 morale territories. Normally, the fine print on the card doesn't matter in Blitz, but it does with the territories. But you know, these are all -3. Some of these, like the Savage Escalation, even this is -3. So if, let's say Tech played a WMD to eliminate 2 of them, that would take my morale from 8 down to 2. So I would not have a compromised leader yet. And that might sound like it's not a big thing, but it is. At least it can be. Weather match. Extra turn. That could be big. We'll see. 5 actions to go for the turn. Now it's go back for the buildings and go back for weather. I'm kind of limited option-wise besides that. I can at least play 2 more weather cards here. And I might as well play these because I'm going to have them in hand and my opponent will have just seen them. Knowing I have this extra turn about to come, or even if I roll a 1, I'd still be able to make another weather match. It's not letting me click, and when that happens in this game, you say F5, at least if you're on a PC. If you're not, then I don't know what to tell you. But on a PC at F5, you see everything pop back into place within 2 seconds, and then 2 or 3 more seconds, the cosmetics as well. Extra turn number 2, 4. I guess this will be extra turn number 2 coming up. The geomagnetic disturbance may feel like it. So an extra turn, 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing is a match here, but more weather. Pair of violent tornadoes. And we'll be a little more aggressive than I might otherwise, given that I have an extra turn to go. So I'll play a 4 Seer with a Roman's Prototype. An additional extra turn. 2. Okay, I'll play the second Roman's Prototype. So I'll have a pair of weather cards and a pair of force cards in my war zone. I'll pass it the last action in the turn. Taking on Tech here in Warsaken Blitz. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. A roll of 2. My morale is down to 8. There's a pair of morale cards. 1 more would drop me from 8 morale down to 2. My turn. 3. All right, so I have that Violent Tornado weather card I can play. You can see I kind of dancing there. There's 2 in the war zone. Play the 3rd. And there are some times where you will want that +3 actions, but most of the time, that +1 turn is the way to go. That extra turn, because you're getting new cards in that way, along with additional actions. So I've got a pair of force cards in my war zone, and that's it at the moment. I could put more force out there, but I'll do it. Send the scout, specialist Chloe Moore. So the extra turn. 6. Hey, we'll end up working out with Roman's Prototype. 2 of those out there in my war zone to play a 3rd. This will be a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Five actions to go for the turn. I've got 3 spots open in my war zone. I'm not big on putting building cards out there in partial form. Don't be too aggressive here with the 4. So we'll play a pair of Azar Cyrus Fabricators. I have weather cards, but nothing that makes a pair. Building cards, same with WMDs. I don't want to put those out there. Sometimes discretion is the better play in this game, even though it feels wasteful to pass up actions. But sometimes, remember, what's out there in your war zone could get targeted by an intel match. So there's that consideration as well. Pass up those 3 actions in the turn. Taking on Tech here in Warsaken Blitz. Be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin later in the hour. Got some great prizes up on the prize wheel for anybody that beats me. Tech playing with morale cards or morale heavy deck, which is great because I love to demonstrate that live on stream. It's a roll of 4. There's a morale match. So my morale drops from 8 to 2. A force match, a WMD match, or another morale match. Any of those will give me a compromise leader. Instead, a pair of force cards, pair of weather cards. My turn. 5. Alright, so I have the WMD that I can play. Going back for weather won't help me. I can't get extra turns that way. So let's go ahead and play the WMD here. Capture leader. So with those 3 cards, it's a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. But again, the reality, I've got down to 2 morale. So all that tech needs is 1 more, either a force match, WMD, or morale. Any of those matches would give me a compromised leader by way of morale, and then it would just take a force match to get the win. I could put building cards out there, some risk to doing that. I think instead I'll put with weather. There are blinding sandstorms, and that'll end my turn. So it's a roll of 2 for tech. A weather match could mean an extra turn. A force match could mean a compromised leader by way of morale. There's weather. Freezing rainstorm. And then a force card. Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one. Trying to sneak around that 4th spot. My turn. 3. Okay, so I could go back. Go back for weather, go back for force. I'll go back for force. I mean, I can't play whatever it is I bring back. I won't be able to play this turn anyway. Let's go back for weather. Let's go for the geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for my turn. I'm down to 2 morale. I should have gone for the tornado instead because I had a 4th in my hand. Yep, I didn't make the right play there. Once you play that building card, you're not allowed to peek back at your own hand, so you have to plan it out. I didn't do a very good job of that. It might not matter. I might not get another roll. It's a roll of 4 here for tech. I'm down to 2 morale. That's my shields blinking. That pulsating red is a warning. There's a weather match, so an extra turn for tech. 3 actions to go for this turn. That opened up a spot in the war zone. So any sort of a match here. There's morale. At the extended hours. Extended assembly hours, yes. Roll of 4 on the extra turn. There's a force match. That's going to give me a compromised leader. All 4 of my territories have that -3 morale to them, so let's go from 2 to 0. See, compromised leader. Is there a force match? Agent Nika Devon, there's a 2nd. If there's a 3rd, that's going to win it for tech. Instead, weather. Wow. My turn. 2. Well, at least I can give my opponent a compromised leader. There's that. It's going to be really tough to get another roll, but I can't play anything else here that'll work. So, noting that, let's go ahead and play this 3rd Azar Cyrus the Fabricator. It's a force match. That will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory. Give my opponent a compromised leader. But I'm down to 1 action for the turn. I'll put a weather card out there, but... Oh, it's not going to let me click, is it? Oh. Roll 2. Made F5 real fast. Don't miss the finish. Agent Nika Devon snuck her way in. You know, that's actually fitting for the way Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one. She waited for that 2-second outage and boom, that's the match. Good game, Tech. That was entertaining.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Morbid Angel in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. We'll have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway coming up in our next hour. Now, this is quite the draw right out of the chute. Got a WMD match in hand. Keep that. And I get to go first. Lucky me. 6. They really wanted me to play that WMD, huh? Connect Space Strike. To be a WMD match.
Select target.
A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories. And as we saw in that last match I had against Tech, the morale can come into play. You have a morale-heavy deck or otherwise just a lot of morale in your deck, and period. Not as much for me here with this deck, but it's worth noting, nevertheless. You see the morale down to 9, but with a different deck, that would be a different story. Now, you wouldn't want to play building cards here, even though they're dancing around, because all I have in my discard pile are those WMDs, and you can have at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz per side. So I'll pass up all 3 actions and end the turn. Roll of 1. Morbid Angel, my opponent. Weather card, my turn. 1. Well, I mean, it's kind of strange to not play anything here, but that's what I'm going to do. Pass up the action in the turn. And maybe there's a case to be made for throwing a one-off weather card out there, but I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So Morbid Angel with a roll of 5. There's a force match. We'll eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of forest cards. Agent Nika Devon. You gotta watch her, the sneaky one. My turn. 6. Building cards aplenty, but that's not really gonna help me at the moment. An awkward spot here because, oh my, yeah, because all I have in there is the trio of WMDs that I already made a match with. Well, at least I can play a pair of Z27 Tigers. Very unusual for a match to start like this for me. But it happens sometimes. It's part of the unpredictability. I mean, it's super tempting to put some of the building cards out there. I just don't think that's the move. I just don't think that's the right move. And sometimes I have to go against my own instincts because it's not a matter of being afraid. It's a matter of being smart about a situation. Keeping those spots open in your war zone might potentially make the difference. Also, intel can ruin your day. So as weird as this seems, I'm passing up those last 4 actions. I think the turn. So a roll of 6 here for Morbid Angel. There's a force match. That's going to drop me from 3 territories down to 2. We're both down to 2. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards, tsunamis. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 1. going to pass up the action in the turn. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using with this particular deck today. With those Warsaken wheel spins, there's that chance that that wheel spin can yield you a game mat. That's a lot of times with these with a lot of these I outright used those wheel spins and got them myself, and some I got on the secondary market. And one was a gift. All right, that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, at least I put a pair of weather cards out there. That's it for the turn. Morbid Angel has a WMD match here and a third Agent Nika and rolls like a 4 or higher. That could be boom, boom, and that would be the match. Also the chance of that extra turn with weather. Roll 6. So let's see what happens here. 16 cards for Morbid Angel. Cloud cover, that's going to be a weather match and an extra turn. It's a force match. At some point, there's that decision everybody who plays this game has to make. When you have your opponent down to 2 territories, you've got a force match. You're trying to hold out for a WMD match. In this case, now I'm down to 1 territory. Extra turn, roll a 3. Taking on Morbid Angel. There's another force match, so I'll give you a compromised leader, but you can see why I was concerned about the potential for a WMD. Meanwhile, the only thing I played is a WMD trio that I had early in the match. Otherwise, this hasn't been there for me. And yet, maybe I'll pull it out here. Let's see. 4. Well, I can give my opponent a compromised leader. There's no weather match. Okay. Z27 Tiger.
Select target.
So we'll eliminate a 3rd territory. Black Earth Mine. Three actions to go for the turn. More force. DX8.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory, giving my opponent a compromised leader. Now we both have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
The next one of us to make a force match will win the game. It's a roll of 2. There's one more Agent Nika Devon up there. Also the possibility of a weather. Who needs the weather, though? Agent Nika Devon, 2 games in a row, comes through for my opponent. All right, good game. Morbid Angel, victorious.
Warsaken.
Taking on Rexinator. Rexy with the Warmonger game title. For this deck, I have High Justice. Pair of weather cards, pair of forces, cape. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using today with this deck. Even got the accessories, or cosmetics as they're called in this game. The game die, the card back. Kind of go with that red theme. 4. Alright, so 4 actions here. Wide open war zone since we've just started the game. Go ahead and play a pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. That leaves me with 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. And let's go with a pair of force cards. Bella Ivanova. That's it for my turn. I could have gone with the Foxbusters there. Because both do the same thing. It's the category that matters. So they're both force cards. But in that case, I just happen to go with Bella Ivanova. Because Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken, if you had to know all that intricate detail about every card right away, it's a little bit tougher of a learn, especially for people that are brand new to this. So with Blitz, it really makes it easier as far as the learning and understanding the basics of the game factor. Plus, Blitz is so much fun to live stream. I'm living proof. Let's go with a pair of weather cards here. Ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. Taking on Rexinator and Warsaken Blitz. Rexy with roll 3. 2 sets of 2 force cards for Rexy. 1 action to go for the turn. Intel. Intel card played in the turn. My turn. 4. Alright, so not very good as far as nothing making a match. I'm not going to fill up that 4th spot in my war zone, so a little bit different. I mean, I would be just passing up all 4 actions here anyway, so I'll pull back the pair of Bella Ivanovas. I'll replace that with weather. Blinding sandstorms. So I'm 3 wide, 2 deep with weather. And that ends my turn. Taking on Rexinator. 4. There's a force match. That will eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'll be down to 3. 3 actions still to go for the turn. There's a second intel card played. A third would be a match. Could go after my war zone. Could force me to discard. Could go after my arsenal. My deck of 60. All possibilities, but a weather card played to end the turn. My turn. 2. Well, nothing at all to help me there, unfortunately. So pass up the 2 actions in the turn. Rexy with a roll of 2. We're both looking at 3 wide, 2 deep. The difference is I've got all weather, whereas it's force, weather, intel out there for Rexinator. My turn. 3. Wow. Nothing to make a match. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. Pass up all 3 actions and end the turn. My goodness. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Roll 4 for Rexy. No play. My turn. 4. All right, well. Who knew that Rummage would be the one to match up on that side? We'll take care of this first. Play a third ideal conditions. This will be a weather match. Let's take the extra turn in a moment. 3 actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I could play building cards, but for the moment, we're going to play a trio of rummage cards. Intel. As you see, there are 3 different options for you there when you have an intel match in Warsaken Blitz. Here I'm going to bounce. Your opponent's got 3 wide, 2 deep. You can go through and bounce 1 of each. A well-timed intel attack can really disrupt your opponent. Those cards get bounced to my opponent's discard pile. Now the extra turn. 5. All right, I've got a WMD match. And I've got weather. We'll play this third fire in the fields. We'll go for the extra turn in a moment. 4 actions to go for this turn. White phosphorus bomb. WMD. That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Do Savage Escalation, Brotherland Fields, and Ben-Kir Island. Eliminated. Okay, I'll play 1 garrison structure building card. Extra turn. 3. All right. So I can get a force match here. We got this on standby. Actually, no, let's do it. Well, I've already shown Bella Ivanova. That's the play. We're going to put that out there early and then do the recall. Now it's a force match. So that will eliminate a third territory for my opponent, leaving only one remaining. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Rexinator and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Live. Rexy with a roll of 3. No play. My turn. 4. All right, so I'll have a force match here with the T-15 Jameson haulers.
Select target.
This will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory, give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
One action to go for the turn. I could play a second building card. I don't know though. I just need one more force match to get the win. Got 2 spots open. I could put a weather out there. I think that may actually be the better play. Geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for my turn. Rexinator with a roll of 4. So 21 cards here for Rexy. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. We'll be looking for another opponent, somebody I haven't faced yet today in live player versus player competition in Warsaken Blitz. Building cards. That Silo trio is probably going to bring back the one of each that I bounced. That'd be my guess. Problem for Rexy is that there's only one action to go with the turn. So even if Rexy has a third blinding sandstorm up there in hand, that would still only be 2 for the turn. You see, that was the pullback, which makes sense. Always nice when you can counter. Oh, that's interesting. A WMD played there. Huh. My turn. I just need one force match to get the win. It's a 2. So I can go blinding sandstorm to get an extra turn. I wouldn't have enough. Let's go, yeah, we'll go extra turn here with the blinding sandstorm. Then I'll play the second geomagnetic disturbance, or I'll play a building card. Gotta think about this. I think I'm gonna go weather. Play that second geomagnetic disturbance. Extra turn. I just need one force match to get the win. It's a 3. I'm gonna get it right here with the A9 hammerheads. Coming through in the clutch.
Select target.
A9 hammerhead for the win.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Rexinator.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Nathaka and Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. And you get that sometimes half second of false hope with this night vision heavy decks. Especially I like the letters and numbers in the beginning. But sometimes things don't match up, so luckily for me, I can take a mulligan, it'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and once again deal me 8 cards. See if I like this better. I can work with that. It's a lot of weather, but I can work with it. Keep. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. So Nathaka gets to go first. The computer randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first. And she rolls a 6. Pair of force cards. Pair of intel cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Probably play some weather here in a moment. Which is this? That's the cheetah. I don't think I've seen the cheetah in the night vision. Okay, so 3 actions here. I can go pair of Terrifying Storms, weather cards. 1 action to go for the turn. I will go ahead and play a Geomagnetic Disturbance, Savage Escalation, weather, but only one of them. I only have that 1 action. That's it for my turn. Taking on Nathaka. Roll a 1. My turn. It's a roll of 1. Realized I didn't update my list, so I have to do this. Okay. Well, I can play the second Geomagnetic Disturbance, just the 1 action here. That'll do it for my turn. So I've got 2 sets of 2 weather out there in my war zone. My opponent has a pair of force cards and a pair of intel cards. Taking on Nathaka. It's a roll of 5. There's a force match. It's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. There's an intel match. It's going to mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. I'll wait and see what Nathaka does with his last action here. Weather card. All right, my turn. Rolled a 6. I'll be able to play a 3rd Terrifying Storm. I want to see what got milled from my arsenal. You have to be aware of building cards that end up in your discard pile. And also how you might be drawing dead with certain things that get milled there. Or that you could go back for later potentially with building cards. All things to be aware of. 3rd Terrifying Storm. There's some awareness. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of force cards here with Kensho, the Prime Regent. Pair of force cards, pair of weather cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. I'm going to pass up these 3 actions for this turn. Extra turn. 6. Well, sometimes things don't work out the way you want them to. Alas. But I'll go up here with a pair of weather cards, Freezing Rainstorm. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, pass up the last 4 actions in the turn. Taking on Nathaka in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 1 for Nathaka. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using with this deck today. So if somebody ends up winning that game mat that's up there on my prize wheel, this is from that same group. 2. Well. Gotta press it here with a pair of B6 Rabid Beasts. That's the 4th spot in my war zone, but we'll be a little more aggressive on that play. Nathaka. There are force cards and a weather card opposite me. It's roll 5. There's a force match that will eliminate a 2nd territory, leaving only 2 remaining. If Nathaka has a WMD match, that would give me a compromise later. 4 actions to go for the turn. Force. Pair of Azar Cyrus cards. Another pair of force cards. 2 sets of 2 force. And a weather out there in Nathaka's war zone. My turn. 6. All right. Play the Geomagnetic Disturbance. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. Like the B6 Rabid Beast. This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. The Scrapyard S3-1035. Eliminated. Yeah, Many 6 for me. That's the truth. Sometimes you get lucky with that. You know how it goes. Okay, so 4 actions to go for the turn with an extra turn pending. More pressing things to get this intel play, assassination attempt. Bounce 3. One of each. Czar Cyrus. Tsunami. And the Nameless Soldier. Bounce. Alright, 1 action to go for this turn. Resident Evil. Extra turn. 1. Well, you'll have that sometimes in this game. Play a second Resident Evil. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1 for Nathaka. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, got this lined up quite nicely for future use. Near future, but for the moment, Resident Evil. I'll be a force match, eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. So we're both down to 2 territories. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Obviously, there'd be considerable peril for putting any sort of WMD element out there right now. I've got 2 spots open, so I can play just a standalone weather card here, Blinding Sandstorm. We'll do that and end the turn with that. Keep in mind, Nathaka has not played a WMD yet. So if she has a WMD match and then 2 more Azar Cyruses, or 2 more the Nameless Soldier. I don't remember if it was that or the Selfless Hero with that. In this case, though, a weather match, so an extra turn pending. 3 actions to go for this turn. There's a second Azar Cyrus. Pair of force cards. Extra turn, it's a 6. 18 cards and 6 actions. Uh-oh. What was I saying about that WMD? There it is. A WMD match will eliminate my final 2 territories. And give me a compromised leader. Nathaka just needs a force match to beat me. There it is. Nathaka with a win. All right, good game, Nathaka. Victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on Kron. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Okay, the only pair I have are building cards, so that's not going to be a good fit. We'll take a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60. And for a second time, deal me 8 cards. That I can at least work with. And maybe that too, depending on what else drops in. You only want to take that second mulligan if you absolutely need to. And since that's not the case for me, I'll keep it. Get to go first. This is the Urban Warzone game method I'm using with this deck today. Rolled a 6. Nothing makes a match. Play a pair of force cards. Rayanne the Insider. I get some scoops. 3 spots open in my Warzone. 4 actions to go for the turn. With Intel, a pair of Assassination Attempt cards. Pair of Force cards, pair of Intel. I'll pass up those last 2 actions. And end the turn. Taking on Kron. Roll a 6. Intel. So an Intel pair, 4 actions to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. I'm going to pass up that action in the turn. And anything you put in your war zone could potentially get targeted by Intel. Kron with a roll of 2. Pair of weather cards. Tsunami. My turn. 5. Alright, so I've got a WMD match with a tactical nuke. This WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select a target.
Kron's got some great cards. They've got Bend, Care Island, and Gold. So my opponent will be down to 2 territories. That WMD match. Of course, you can play at most 1 WMD match in a given game per side in Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions to go for the turn. I could put a couple of different force pairs out there, but see, it's grayed out or darkened out here for those WMDs since they would do me no good at this point. Only thing they're good for is deterrent against being forced to discard, essentially, so gotta hold on to them. Well, I could put something out there in that 3rd spot, my war zone. I'm gonna pass up on that. I don't know what kind of deck layout Kron has, how much intel's in there. And sometimes it's better to keep that 3rd spot in your war zone open anyway if it's not weather you're looking to play. So, anyway, pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Kron with a roll of 6. Pair of force cards. Make that a 3rd, so it's a force match. That will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. There's a weather match for Kron, so that'll mean an extra turn with 2 actions still to go for this turn. More weather. Oh, that's force, excuse me. I look for that insignia. 3 actions to go for the turn. F-92 Phoenix Reaper. And that insignia, that emblem, will let you know. So will that. A force match. That eliminates the 2nd territory. We're both down to 2. The difference is, Kron has not played a WMD yet. And a WMD match would give me a compromised leader. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Okay, I'll play Fire in the Fields. Weather card. That ends my turn. Taking on Kron here in Warsaken Blitz. Roll 2. There are force cards. You see the G. That means it's a G force. I know that doesn't match the emblem up there for force, but that's the exception. Still matches with them. You can play at most. You can have at most 1 G force in the given Blitz deck. Although it's really, for these purposes, mostly ornamental. It's still cool to have it. Just dropping a G out there like it's nothing. Not so cool is this not making any matches for me that I can play. mean, that WMD trio does me absolutely no good, except for, again, if for some reason I'm forced to discard, then I'm okay on that. But otherwise, just in the way. But at least I can play the second fire in the field, so I'll have that out there. Pass up those last 4 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 6. Kron with now 20 cards. A WMD match would give me a compromised leader, and a force match could beat me. Well, there's part 1, a WMD match. Gonna give me a compromised leader. Kron has a force match. That's gonna be the game. There's a force match. It's going to be the win for Kron. All right, good game, Kron. Victorious. Good game. All right, here we go. Taking on G-Daddy. All right, well, the only pair I have are building cards. That's not really a good starting spot. So I'll take a mulligan. I'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. That I can work with. There are weather cards. Keep. In that second mulligan, you don't know. You're stuck with whatever they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card. So only do that if you absolutely must. Keep. Taking on G-Daddy. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using with this deck today. Coming up in our next hour, another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. Your chance to win's coming up. My turn. What? So the game randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first. This time it was me, but only a roll of 1. Play weather card. Ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. Roll a 2. Azil's a tough opponent, no doubt, G-Daddy. Pair of force card. That's a nice looking, that's that camo edge, I think that's called. Really nice is what it's called. My turn. 5. Again, these don't give you a tactical advantage, but there are many positives of having some of the nicer cards. They look cool on stream. For some of the rare ones, you get the higher XP. There's all sorts of positives, but it doesn't undermine the actual game itself. You can have commons. I could have a bunch of blood foils and gold 24K and all that, and they would function the same way, which makes Blitz even easier for new players to get into. It's a big positive. So nothing makes a match here. Not so good on that account, but play a second ideal conditions. I have a pair of weather cards, 3 spots open in my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. More weather. A pair of blinding sandstorms. 2 sets of 2 weather. Could put force out there, but I'm going to hold off. Pass up those 2 actions in the turn. So remember, if you put something out there in your war zone, it could potentially get bounced by an opponent with an intel match. Roll 6. Taking on G-Daddy. Pair of force cards there with a G1 Foxbuster. 2 sets of 2 force. 4 actions to go for the turn. Which one was this again, though? Oh, that's the 77X prototype. Look at that camo edge. I mean, that's a cool look right there. So a lot of force cards out there. 2 sets of 2 force and then a standalone force. My turn. 4. All right. So I can make a force match here with the T-15 Jameson Hauler.
Select target.
That force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Wolf Power District. Eliminate. Oh, is that Fire Forged First Wave? Is that what that is? It does have that insignia on there. Good call on that. Okay, one action to go for the turn. Well, play some weather. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. Yeah, there you go. You can see the... That's a nice looking card. A roll of 1 for G-Daddy. Playing Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Live. My turn. 2. All right, nothing makes a match. I can play that second fire in the field, so there'll be a weather pair out there for me. But with nothing else, I want to keep that 4th spot, my war zone, open, so I'll pass up that last action and end the turn. Taking on G-Daddy. He's got a lot of force out there in the war zone. It's a roll of 6. 18 cards and 6 actions here for my opponent. Intel. This will probably balance 1 each of the weathers in my war zone. It could force me to discard. It could mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. It's the category that matters in this game in Warsaken Blitz, being the simplified version of Warsaken. And indeed, as predicted, those weathers got the haircut treatment, 1 off the top of each. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards. 1 action to go for the turn. And a pullback. Free up some space there in that 4th spot in the war zone. Even if it's not in the 4th spot per se, when you have a spot open, that gives you some latitude. My turn. 6. So I can use the building cards and go back for the weather that got bumped. And I can play 2 ideal conditions and get an extra turn. I think I'm going to do that. I could bring back the Jameson Hauler, but I think the weather is the better move. I can play these 2 ideal conditions. The extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Let's play 1 of the Jack's Nash Force cards here. Extra turn. 1. Well, that didn't turn out so well for me. That happens sometimes. Okay, you know what? Let's play it. Second Jack's Nash. Let's do it. End the turn. Roll of 1. Taking on G-Daddy. Here in Warsaken Blitz. There's a weather match, so that'll probably mean an extra turn for G-Daddy, and indeed it will. Roll of 2. Pair of weather cards. Cloud cover. But that ends the turn. My turn. 3. Okay, well, I'll play the 3rd Jack's Nash. This will eliminate a 2nd territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining.
Select a target.
Mountaineering gas deposits. Alright, 2 actions to go for the turn. Put the weather back out there. Blinding Sandstorm. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. Taking on G-Daddy, who just rolled a 6. So 20 cards. 6 actions here for G-Daddy. There's a weather match. That'll be an extra turn for G-Daddy. 5 actions still to go for this turn. There's a 3rd a G1 Foxbuster force match. That will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. Another force match. Now we're both down to 2 territories. Or we will be. Now we are. Morale. Extra turn, roll a 4. So a morale match. That could either knock 6 points off of my morale shield, and it will, so my morale's down to 9, which is interesting. If your morale hits 0, you get a compromised leader. Now this card's only a -1 morale. There's a 4, so they go after this one that's -3. That would drop me to 6 morale, so... Oh, you picked this one. Oof. Oof. See, that one's only -1, so I'm at 8. Had you gone with Bandcare Island, I would have been down at 6. It probably won't matter, but it might. There's one more morale match up there. That's the difference between me having a compromised leader and not. But it may not matter. There's a force card to end the turn. My turn. I'm down to 1 territory. 5. Alright, so I can play Bella Ivanova. But if I do that, that takes out a 3rd territory. How long do you wait for a WMD match to show up? I'm down to 1 territory, so I don't know. I can put some weather out there. I can put 2 of the Bella Ivanovas out there. So if I somehow got another roll and then had a 4 or higher and had a WMD match, well, there's all sorts of possibilities. Oh. Okay, so my opponent has not played a WMD yet, right? Could force a discard. I don't know how much good that would do me here. The morale might not be seen as a very positive thing. Easy to ditch that potentially, so I may hold on to that. Okay. Weather. Passive the 3 actions in the turn. Take my chance on one more time around if I get it. If I get a WMD match. Something with those weathers possibly. I can go +3 actions if I have to. Like if I roll a 4, have a weather match. There's a lot of ifs to this, though, so I don't know. No use in going through the hypotheticals when also the distinct possibility G-Daddy can get 2 more force matches and beat me here. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Roll 2. The dilemma you run into here with your opponent having 2 territories. If I would have played that Bella Ivanova, it would have taken G-Daddy down just 1 territory remaining. But let's say right here, if I were to get a WMD match, and I would have done that, that WMD would only take out the 1 territory left, that's all that's left. Because I didn't do that, a WMD could take out both of them, and I still have Bella Ivanova. That's the mindset behind it. I'm hoping these weathers might come through for me. It's a low roll. It's a roll of 3. All right, well, I got 2 of them. Let's see. Bella Ivanova, well... Play the weather. That extra turn. Play 2 Bella Ivanovas, get that in position. It's the extra turn. Even if it's a 1, I can still get the extra turn. I need a WMD match in the worst way, but I'm not going to get it here. So that's a different spot now, isn't it? There's the morale, the intel, but I don't think intel's going to really help me here. No, okay, that's... Fire in the fields. Want that extra turn. I'll play 2 Fox... Well, would Fox Busters make sense, or should I play building cards? I can go back for weather if I need to. So we'll play... Hang on. I can play all 3 here, couldn't I? Play 3, go back for weather. Is there a 4th weather I have in my hand that might make a difference? I don't think so. Fresh out of weather. All right. More weather. Ideal conditions. Extra turn. 4. All right, I'm going to do it right here, I think. Yes, I will. Just enough. I don't even have to use the weather. It's got the white phosphorus bomb, WMD. This WMD match will give my opponent a compromised leader. This is why I waited. Only one action left.
Compromised.
Bella Ivanova for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, G-Daddy.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Flaws with the GOAT. I think that GOAT title for her game title. I've got Elite. Two sets of 2/4s. Keep. This is the Urban Warzone game mat that I'm using today with this deck. You get a look at some of the card back varieties that some of my opponents use. There's Flaw's avatar finally popped into place there. The dog stared down a knife. And I get to go first. Roll the 1. That bloodfoil land up there, that St. Purcell Harbor. Nice. All right, just the one action for me here. Let's play a force card. G16 mech. That's it for my turn. So, part of the new Savage Escalation set too. Great artwork, as usual in this game. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live, taking on Flaw. We just rolled a 5. Thanks to Carl Casey at Whitebat Audio, who makes most of the outstanding background music that I use in my various NashvilleLou live broadcasts. Full song attribution information, NashvilleLou.com/music. 5 actions here for Flaw and a wide open war zone. Private Sarah Vet. That's a match. That's a force match where we'll eliminate one of my 4 territories. So 2 actions to go for the turn for Flaw. Remember, later in this hour, your next chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin. That's coming up. Also, we'll have more live player versus player competition. There's a Max Harper force card for Flaw. 1 action to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, so it's a force match. Breaking news. Rayanne the Insider. World exclusive. Clementine Myers, one of the new Savage Escalation territory cards. It'll be a popular choice for a lot of people with Blitz decks because it's only -3 morale when it gets eliminated. So Flaw's down to 3 territories. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a second G16 mech. Pair of force cards, 3 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Put some intel out there. Satellite recon. That's it for my turn. So we're both at 3 territories remaining. taking on Flaw, who rolled a 3. Greetings and welcome. Thanks to everybody coming in. Thanks to Quadrell for the raid. Quadrell's art. Thank you very much for the raid. Greetings and welcome, everybody. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing against Flaw. Shout out Quadrell's art. If you like Warsaken, you absolutely should be following Quadrell's art if you're not already. It's amazing. Quadrell plays 4 people at once and makes it look easy. He makes it look effortless. He's over there joking around with people like boom, 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 winning these matches. What a different with my approach here. I'm lucky to pull off one at a time while also playing technical director and guest services and everything else. And yet I love it. It's so much fun. My turn. 1. Well, I have a pair of weather cards here so I can play one of them. With the fire in the fields. That's it for the turn. But thank you very much, Quadrell, for the raid. Greetings and welcome, everybody. And I want to stick around because later in the hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. My opponent is Flaw. We both have 3 territories remaining. A lot of 1 each out there in the war zone for Flaw with the one-off forces and the WMD out there. It is greatly appreciated, Quadrell. Thank you. So as noted, we'll have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway later in the hour. Also ahead, be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for more players that I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz, more live player versus player competition. So Flaw with a roll of 2. Hey, Flaw's a good player. Two actions here for Flaw. There's a savage escalation territory, the Treasury Department, at high yield. Just fun to say for Blitz. It actually has meaning within the full Warsaken game. That's part of the great thing with Blitz. You learn the basics, and you're good as far as Blitz goes, and you kind of pick up bits and pieces along the way, and boy, you know you got a pretty good understanding of how the full game works. But just for Blitz, it's pretty straightforward. So interesting spot here. Nothing makes a match except for this, but I can only play 2 actions here on this turn. So instead of putting that out there to potentially be targeted, I'm just going to play 1 card here, a second fire in the fields. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Yeah. Well, you're right. She is dangerous in Blitz. You're right about that, you daddy. Law's a good player. So Flaw, it's interesting having the 1 WMD and then that 4th spot with 2 in there. Roll a 6. So Flaw now with 16 cards and 6 actions. A WMD match would take me down to 1 territory remaining. Max Harper, that's a force match. Here goes my high yield, the Treasury Department. Eliminate, I'm down to 2 territories. 4 actions to go for the turn. If Flaw can make a match with her WMD, that would give me a compromised leader. Kind of a cool card to have in there, gotta say, but once it's compromised, cool or not, it just takes a force match to beat it. So a weather card out there, and then a pullback to make room there in the war zone by Flaws playing a Tsunami, another weather card. One action to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right. A bit non-conventional, but we'll get there with it. Geomagnetic Disturbance. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. We'll go with a double EL. Savage Escalation Navy sub. Be a force match. Bye-bye, St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminated. So we're both down to 2 territories. Extra turn, roll a 4. Question, how long do you wait for a WMD to show up? It's hard to know sometimes. Play a second G16 mech, but just the second one here. Oh no, I messed up. Okay, well, there's a botch. I guess we're doing this one the hard way. Force match. That's poor execution. Yeah, maybe it'll work itself out. We'll see. That was not what I was thinking that I was going to do. For some reason, I thought I only had 1 out there. Well, play a pair of Sergeant Sigwalt Kleins. Guess we'll go with that approach. Pass at the last action before I do more damage. End the turn. Taking on Flaw. Flaw saying the WMD doesn't want to show up. For now, haha. I can certainly empathize with that. Flaw with a roll of 2. I can't believe I played that one and it made a match. I thought for sure I just had 1 out there. I should have. I didn't do the due diligence. Paid the price. And yet it might work out, because sometimes that happens. Like if I roll a 4 or higher and I somehow end up like a match with Sigwalt Klein and another force match, and I get the win right here. So let's see what happens. My turn. 2. Okay, that didn't happen. A bit tricky because I only have the 1 spot left open in my war zone. I'd love to put weather out there, but I mean, that not to the point of filling up that 4th spot, because then everything else is bogged down, particularly any hopes I might have for WMDs, although that doesn't really matter as much now. Okay, you know what? I normally wouldn't play it this way, but I will here. Tropical Cyclone, pair of weather cards. That's it for my turn. Another nice surprise in one of those Savage Escalation loot packs. Roll a 6 here for Flaw. 6 actions. 22 cards. If Flaw can get a WMD match, I'm guessing she might have a force match that would follow. We'll see. Also the possibility of weather matches. A lot that could happen here. Tsunami. That's a weather match. So that'll likely be an extra turn. She could take the +3 actions. It's possible. But I'm guessing extra turn. If it shows up as +3 actions, it probably means I'm about to lose. That would be my guess. Sometimes that's a sign of a misplay, but at this point of the match, when it's possible knockout, it looks like Flaw took the extra turn. So 4 actions to go for this turn for Flaw. She only has 1 territory remaining, but I'm down to 2, and she hasn't played a WMD match yet. Weather. Pair of weather cards. 2 actions for this turn with an extra turn pending. Taking on Flaw here in Warsaken Blitz. Later in this hour, for the Warsaken Wheel Spin giveaway. Your chance to win's coming up. 2 actions to go for the turn. WMD, pair of WMDs. Now the extra turn. Will this do it? 4. A WMD match would give me a compromised leader. 20 cards for Flaw. There's a WMD match. Gives me a compromised leader, or it will here in just a moment. After this, all Flaw's going to need is a force match to get the win. Reactions to go to the turn. Does Flaw have a force match? See the red ring of death there around my leader. Azar Cyrus, that's a force. There's 2. One more be the match. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Flaw victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Delvis. Delvis and I tend to have really good matches against each other. Our games tend to be really back and forth. At least in my opinion, watching them back, and I watch everything back that I do. Okay, nothing to really watch back here other than 8 cards that don't match up. Take a mulligan. Reshuffle an arsenal, my deck of 60. I'll deal me 8 more. I can at least work with that. Keep it. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely must. This is the Dusk Magma game method I'm using here. Dusk Magma with this deck today. Delvis gets to go first. It's roll of 1. My turn. If you're new to Warsaken, if you're trying to figure this game out and watching for the first time, you want to learn more about it, check out the Warsaken Discord. Highly recommend it. Some great people there. All right, well, roll of 2. Play a pair of planet devices. Intel. That's it for my turn. So Delvis with a roll of 3. And you can personalize the cosmetics, they're called in this game. It's like the die that Delvis uses will look different than the one I will. Sometimes they look the same if you pick the same one. See how mine with the purple and the white to match my branding? Gives you a lot of variety, a lot of latitude with that in this game, which is great. Not so great is having that pair of WMDs out there opposite me, along with a standalone force and a weather. My turn. 6. All right, I'll play that third planet device. Let's bounce. So it's interesting here, like, would I necessarily want to go after both of those WMDs? I mean, I think it really makes sense when you can to bounce one of each, especially early in a match. So we're going to do that instead. Now, building cards always bring it back. And this could be some sort of red herring with the WMD, but red herrings can turn to actual plays if you get a third, so. But who knows? I'll only bounce one of them, though. Said I'll bounce this tsunami. So, 5 actions to go for the turn for me with a wide open war zone. Here's an example of a set 1 and set 2 working together. This is a H5 dropship from the set 1, Genesis of Conflict. I played that one. This is the Savage Escalation H5 dropship. But for the purposes of Blitz, you can pair them up on the board. So 2 of those out there in my war zone, 3 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. But I don't think putting WMDs or buildings out there make any sense. Weathers are all one-offs, so I'm not going to do that. So pass up the last 3 actions, end the turn. taking on Delvis and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Live. Delvis with a roll of 4. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent, somebody I haven't faced yet today, in live player versus player competition. Pair of force cards. Another pair of force cards. That ends the turn for Delvis. My turn. 2. All right, 3 spots open in my war zone. So I'll go with a pair of freezing rainstorms. Weather cards. That's it for my turn. Delvis with a roll of 2. So a pullback on that WMD. And then a force card played. A lot of force out there for Delvis. My turn. 3. So I have 2 spots open in my war zone. But the things that I have in pairs, I don't want to play. Because they'll get potentially targeted. Now, like the weathers and all, but as a one-off to fill that 3rd spot. Again, sometimes this does feel counterintuitive, even though often this really is the best play. Pass at the actions, end the turn. Delvis with a roll of 6. 16 cards and 6 actions here for Delvis. With the Q code, it's the randomizer. I don't have a Q per se. Long story on that. There's a force match that eliminates one of my territories. We're going back to the randomizer after this match, so there'll be an opportunity there. Get it on that. 3 wide, 2 deep with force for Delvis. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards. That ends the turn. Now, the randomizer stays closed until it's time for it. That has that whole problem of people disappearing and not being there when I need them. That's gone away. So that Q's not coming back. 4. So I'm going to have building cards I can play here, which is an option. But it would be going back for intel. That's the only choice I have if I were to play the building cards. Here I go pair of weather just to have them out there. And those final 2 actions would go unused, but nothing else matches. I could go back for intel. I mean, I could do that, but I don't know. Kind of a weird spot with that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to play the weather. Pass at the last 2 actions. We'll see if this is a smart move or not. We'll find out. Pass at the last 2 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 2 for Delvis. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone. 3 sets of 2 force and a weather pair. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate a 2nd territory for me. I'll be down to 2. 1 action to go for the turn for Delvis. Hey, that's cool, brother up. So you 3 wins against 4 losses. You won a match against Quadrille. Congratulations. Roll 2. I just don't think putting those building cards out there, even forget that they're building cards. The fact is I've got 2 territories left. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough right here. Okay, I'll play 2 interrogation facilities. Let's see what happens. That's it for my turn. I knew that would happen. Taking on Delvis. I'm down to 2 territories remaining. Delvis, a lot of firepower there in the opposing side war zone. 2 wins out of 3 against Quadrille's Art. Congrats. It impresses me to see Quadrille do that. It really does. Like, there's 4 games going on at once, but my goodness. And he makes it look easy. That's the most impressive part. It's not like he's even sweating it. Reactions here for my opponent. Delvis with a second, WMD a third. Would be a WMD match and would give me a compromised leader, as that would eliminate my final 2 territories. But that's the end of the turn. Okay, my turn. 4. Okay. Here's how this one's going to have to work. I'm going to go interrogation facility. Bring 3 cards back. You know the 3. Not like there's any sort of choice to it. Plant a device. 3 actions to go for the turn. Got to go strong with the defense here. Plant a device. Let's bounce. 1 each of the forces. And 1 of those WMDs. Out. That's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis. Roll a 4 for Delvis. 16 cards and 4 actions here. It's impressive. It's a strategy or otherwise. Here's a strategy playing building cards. Guessing you're going to bring back what I bounced. Particularly that infected water supply. WMD. Maybe not. Could be going for some sort of weather. Nope, going back for what I bounced, yeah. Oh, no, I take that back. Look at that. Well, we'll worry about that in a minute. Okay, the ion particle cannons from a different WMD set. Meanwhile, I rolled a 2. I'm worried about my own game right now. I'm not doing so well. There's a whole bunch of buildings, but... Look how many cards I have. At least I got the dropship. Here for me my time of need. So that dropship will be a 4s match. Eliminate 1 of the 4 territories for my opponent. So this will be the Dryden oil fields. Eliminated. 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Since I have 4 of these anyway, I'll play 1 of the underwater mines on fire. They found a way. But that's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis. Just rolled a 5. There's that WMD match I was concerned about. It's going to eliminate my final 2 territories. Give me a compromise later.
Compromised.
3 actions for the turn. 20 cards as Delvis up a 4s match. Indeed. That's the game. All right. Congratulations, Delvis. Victorious. Here we go, taking on Carlos CGTV. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Unfortunately for me, nothing makes even a pair here, so we'll take a mulligan, reshuffle my arsenal at deck of 60, and then once again deal me 8 cards. That's more like it. That I can work with. And you don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. Keep. So it's a roll of 3 for Carlos CGTV. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using here. That's also the same game mat that's up on the wheel as far as the type. I mean, it's a different one that's up on the wheel. This one I have in my possession. The other one's in my fulfillments wallet. Was waiting for somebody to win it. So a pair of WMDs and a weather card. Interesting. My turn. 1. Okay, well, wide open war zone. Play a weather card. Blinding sandstorm. That's it for the turn. To John J, hello. Hi. My opponent is Carlos CGTV, who has a pair of WMDs and a weather card out in the opposing side war zone. Post a link in chat there for the Blue Mints tournament for Warsaken Blitz, taking place tomorrow. Just a general link there to Blue Mints. I didn't have the specific URL in front of me, but wanted to at least get that mentioned there in chat, since that's what I'm going to be having going on in a tournament. Maybe somebody watching right now has aspirations to beat me in a tournament. You may have your chance tomorrow. Roll a 5. All right, so I have a WMD match that I'll be able to play. EMP discharge. This WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's territories. Remember, you can play at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. So I get to pick which 2 territories I wish to eliminate. The morale comes into play if you have morale cards in your deck. In this case, I don't, but it's worth noting. The higher that negative, the better, as far as you're trying to get your opponent's morale down to 0. And St. Purcell Harbor. So they'll drop it from 20 down to, what, 14? 10. Even more. But I don't have any morale cards in my deck here, so. But it could have come into play if I did, so it's worth noting, because I don't talk about morale as much, but it is an important part of the game, particularly the full Warsaken game, Blitz being the simplified version. Here are weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm. 1 action to go for the turn. Could play a Black Blade, but I think we'll leave it at that. End the turn. Remember, if it's out there in your war zone, your opponent could potentially attack it. Try to balance it with intel. Roll a 5. WMD match. We're both going to be down to 2 territories. Four actions to go for the turn. There's a weather match, so that'll be an extra turn for Carlos CGTV. A Blinding Sandstorm weather card played by my opponent. 1 action to go for the turn. Extra turn. So 3 one-off weathers out there. Roll a 6. 14 cards and 6 actions for Carlos CGTV. We passed 5 p.m. Eastern time. Remind everybody you're watching NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. And that is a force match. It's going to eliminate my 3rd territory, be down to just 1 left. Playing the fantastic new card strategy game Warsaken Blitz. Tomorrow I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, with the Warsaken Blue Mint tournament. That's coming up, a single elimination tournament. There's no AEW Dynamite tomorrow night. They had to preempt that, bump it up to tonight. So Wednesday night's open for me like it normally isn't. So anyway, we'll see if that actually works out for me in the tournament. It could be 2 games and out. That happens sometimes. Or I could make a 4-hour plus run to the final. You never know. Those tournaments can be unpredictable. My turn to roll to 1. Oh, I'll play a Terrifying Storm. And that'll end my turn. Roll of 1. Carlos CGTV. So a second weather card played there. Cloud cover. My turn. 5. All right, the terrifying storm is going to be a weather match for me, and I'll take an extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Let me save this on the odd chance. Well, let's see. Let me think about this. Nah, play it now. Set up that second extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of 00 black blades. I need 3 force matches to get the win, so we'll see if I can find a way. Extra turn number 1. 6. I can play building cards. Go back for weather. Go back for... I mean, I'm not going back for a WMD, so that is an option. Go back for weather. Then I may do that. Advanced weather station. Building match. Bringing 3 cards back to my hand. Bring back the sandstorm. Another blinding sandstorm. So I believe this is extra turn number 2 of 3. Don't want to lose track of these things. 3. All right, I can play that 00 black blade. This will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent. We'll both be down to 1. Flossing. Crush him. He deserves it. It's been a hard battle. Wide open war zone. Okay. B6 Rabid Beast. Extra turn. 1. Well. Play a freezing rainstorm weather card. And that's it for my turn. So my opponent is Carlos CGTV. Roll of 1. But is there a 3rd cloud cover? Or is there a 3rd force to match the AK and Ren? It's a weather match. Extra turn. It's a roll of 5. Carlos CGTV needs 2 force matches to beat me. We're both down to 1 territory. So a second blinding sandstorm, pair of weather cards to match a pair of force cards out there in the war zone. 2 sets of 2 force. And then the weather pair, 2 actions to go for the turn. And then another pair of force. A lot of force out there. And weather. My turn. 6. All right, I can give my opponent a compromised leader. Play a 3rd B6 Rabid Beast. So that will eliminate the final territory remaining for my opponent. So a compromised leader for my opponent. If I had a force match in hand, I'd have the win. But I don't. So, and again, I've got 1 territory left, and look at all that out there. I might not get another roll, but we'll at least set things up where if I do, I'll have some potential outs with weathers. So that's a second freezing rainstorm. 4 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone, pair of weather cards, geomagnetic disturbance. 2 actions to go. I could put Max Harper out there. That could, I mean, could go Intel. We go Intel, stolen blueprints. And that's it for my turn. So all that Carlos CGTV needs is a pair of force matches to beat me. Roll a 6. We may see it right here. 1 force match would eliminate my final territory. A second would eliminate my compromised leader. Carlos CGTV has a compromised leader. So I just need one more force match to get the win. But I might not get another roll of the die. A pullback on the pair of weather cards. Building cards. Okay. Either force or weather. Drop ships, cloud cover, or terrifying storm. The WMDs have no value at this point. I'm back for the drop ship. There's one drop ship play to end the turn. My turn. I need a force match to get the win. It's a 1. Luckily, those stolen blueprints are out there. Well, normally I'd be splitting up those pairs, but I know those H5 drop ships, there's 2 more at least up there, so we'll get rid of this one. Undo that. Just kind of pick your poison on which one you leave. With 2. You can't take them all. That's it for my turn, though. So Carlos CGTV needs 2 force matches to beat me. I just need one more force match to get the win myself, but it may come down to what this roll is right here. Carlos CGTV has a compromised leader. I don't at the moment, but it would just take one more force match to eliminate my final territory and give me as well a compromised leader. Making some space there. There's a force match. It's going to give me a compromised leader, eliminating my last territory. So the next one of us to make a force match is going to get the win. Let's come down to here. In an absolute battle against Carlos CGTV, there's a second for those force cards. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 5. Can I get a force match? I sure can. Max Harper dealer for the win. What a battle. Good game. All right, good game, Carlos CGTV.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Zeal. Should get my notes started here for today's broadcast. All right, so I'm taking on Zeal. Got a pair of weather cards. That's good enough for me with this. You don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. Keep. This is the Urban Warzone game map that I'm using. With Warsaken Blitz, you start with a leader, 4 territory cards and an arsenal of 60. Essentially your deck. So Zeal gets to go first. The game randomly picks one of the 2 players to go first. You're dealt 8 cards. You can choose to keep the cards or take a mulligan. Take a mulligan, reshuffles your arsenal, deals you 8 cards again. You can take a second mulligan, but your opponent gets an extra card as a penalty to you, and you're stuck with whatever they give you for that second mulligan. Roll 3 here for Zeal as a pair of force cards. Then another force card there with Agent Sarah. That ends the turn. My turn. 1. All right. Oh, wide open war zone for me. Let's go with weather. Geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for the turn. Zeal with a roll of 5. Two sets of 2 force. Warsaken Blitz, you're trying to compromise your opponent's leader. That happens either by eliminating all of their territories, getting their arsenal down to 0 cards, or getting their morale, the number on the shield, getting that to a 0. Usually you'll see territories be the way it gets there as far as opponents with a compromised leader, but not always. My turn. 5. All right, nothing makes a match. Would have been nice to have an intel match right about now, but that's not what I have. Play a second geomagnetic disturbance. 3 spots open by Warzone, 4 actions for the turn. Pair of intel cards, satellite recon. 2 spots open by Warzone, 2 actions to go for the turn. I mean, I have some options, but I've learned to keep that 3rd spot in my Warzone open early on. That tends to work out better. So we'll see if it works out here for me. I'll pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Taking on Zeal in Warsaken Blitz. So Zeal with a roll of 6. 16 cards and 6 actions. There's a force match. A force match will eliminate one of my 4 territories. There goes the Treasury Department. So I'm down to 3 territories. 5 actions to go for the turn. More force. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. That wasn't at all helpful. So it goes. Pass up the action in the turn. Taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. First match of the broadcast here on NashvilleLou Live. Roll of 1 for Zeal. It's a tricky thing with this headset. I really like this particular headset in some ways. In other ways, it drives me crazy. But I've got to find a way with a headset where it can boost the volume loud enough for me, because that tends to be an issue. My turn. 2. Because if you have to boost it too much after the it connects to the computer, that static noise starts to come in. You can use certain amounts of noise gates and the like, but you do it too much and your voice sounds robotic. Rolled a 2, which, I mean, earlier I was a little bit hesitant about putting anything out there in my 3rd spot, my Warzone, like a force patch here, but at this point I think I have to almost. Let's go with Rayanne. It's something out there. That ends the turn. Now perhaps I'll regret that. My opponent plays an intel and bumps off 1 each of my 3 sets of 2 in the Warzone. That's the risk I have to take. My opponent is Zeal. This is the first match of the broadcast. Zeal with a roll of 6. 20 cards and 6 actions, and all that force and that pair of WMDs out there in the war zone. A WMD match would eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. There's a force match. I'll be down to 2 territories after this. 3 actions to go for the turn. It's a WMD match that's going to give me a compromised leader. Zeal. Bringing it.
Leader compromised.
All right, my turn. So I'm still in it, but it's a bit of a long shot at this point. 6. Well, all right, so at least I have a force match. So we'll go ahead and play the EE-L.
Select target.
So that force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. Only have 1 spot open in my war zone. Nothing makes a match. So we're going to leave it at that. Pass up those last 3 actions and end the turn. All that Zeal needs now is 1 more force match to beat me. Zeal with a roll of 1. Is there a third Bella Ivanova or Agent Zera? Either of those would be the game. So it's a pullback of that WMD, since that's just a nuisance in the way at this point. That's the smart move. Because remember, you can have at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. My turn, roll to 1. Oh. Okay, I'll go ahead and play Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. But some really long odds for me at this point. All that Zeal needs is 1 more force match to beat me. Sitting on 16 cards. Roll of 2. A pullback on that WMD, which is a good sign for me. Says there's not a third Bella Ivanova or Agent Zera up there. So a weather card. Cloud cover. Was not expecting to get another roll, and yet here we are. My turn. 6. All right. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein, force.
Select target.
This will eliminate a 2nd territory for my opponent. I can use the building trio to go back for a force match. I think that's, I mean, it's ridiculous. Not ridiculous, just, I was not expecting to even have this turn, so to think I'm going to be able to make a whole lot out of this might be a bit of a reach. Let's see. I have a 4th Sigwalt, right? Yeah. So I'll go back for that, and that way I can play at least 1 of those to have it out there. Oh, actually, I don't know if I'm going to do that, though, because that would block that 4th spot that I might need if I somehow get another roll. Oof. It's been that kind of game for me. So the Glassport radio facility will bring back Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. And we'll pass it the last action in the turn. This will probably do it right here. Zeal just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Roll a 6 with 24 cards. Zeal almost for sure is going to have a force match to beat me here. There it is. Bella Ivanova for the win.
defeated.
All right, good game. Zeal victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Ithaka. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Pair of weather cards. Something I can work with out of that opening 8 is usually what I'll look for. Don't be too picky with those first 8. You can take a mulligan if you need to, but if you have something you can work with, generally I say stick with that. Keep. And I get to go first. The game randomly chooses you or your opponent. Just happens to pick one or the other. And rolled a 4, so with a wide open war zone, pretty easy choice here. Play a trio geomagnetic disturbance cards. New Savage Escalation weather. So that match will give me an extra turn. This is the code incoming game mat that I'm using today. Many thanks to Biscuit, who gave this to me. All right, one action to go for the turn. Play Abdul Hafiz, the supplier. Extra turn. 2. I'll play a second Abdul Hafiz. I'm not going to put a building card out there right now, have that as a potential target. Not keen on putting building cards in the war zone, especially early. So you got a pretty good feeling you're going to be able to make a play with it right away. Anyway, so I'll pass up the last action in the turn. Also helpful, there's a roll of 2 for Ithaka. So the opponent uses an intel match and wants to bounce is up to 3 cards from your war zone, but if there are only 2 cards out there, they're getting less value for their intel match. So a pair of force cards there for Ithaka. My turn. 3. I can play building cards and go back for weather, which, considering my other options are really minimal, we'll do it. The underwater mines. With a building card match. Now, if your arsenal is getting attacked by intel, if it's getting milled, that's a nice option to have. But usually, at least for me, it's going to be returning 3 cards to my hand. You get to pick out the cards, but in this case, it does the choosing for you when there's only 3 cards in there. So bringing back the weather, but that ends my turn. Ithaka with a roll of 4. Flaw, hello. Flaw in the house. There's a force match for Ithaka. Eliminating one of my 4 territories. Pair of weather cards. Tsunamis. That's a trio. That's a weather match. And an extra turn for Ithaka. Roll of 4. Pair of force cards. And then a pair of weather cards. That ends the turn for Ithaka. My turn. 5. Luckily, I've got plenty of weather options, huh? That 4th one actually doesn't really help me out any, but makes it stand out all the more. I'll need 3 of them. The geomagnetic disturbance. The weather match, usually you'll take the +1 turn. There are some times for end game moments, or if you really need to make sure you get at least 3 for that next one, then you take the +3 actions, but generally because of the extra cards you get, you want that +1 turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Got a couple options here as far as force goes. Let's go. Let's send the scout, Specialist Chloe Moore, with the giant binoculars. She's got to stare you down. Extra turn. 3. All right, so Abdul Hafiz, you might have noticed the other one had a different bit of artwork. This is the new Savage Escalation version. Nicer suit, larger weapon, but it's a match nonetheless. There aren't that many cards in Warsaken that are in both set 1 and set 2. But this one, Abdul Hafiz, an exception, so it's fun to use this endgame when I can. The force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Speaking of savage escalation, get the Scrapyard S3-1035. Eliminate. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We're both down to 3 territories at this point. Both Nathaka and me. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'm not... 2 sets of 2 force at this point of the match, I don't know. But I have multiple force options, so it's... Alright. We'll play a pair of Roman's prototypes. That ends my turn. You see that G insignia? That's for G-Force. That's the one exception on that category list. Normally just look at that insignia, that emblem. A G-Force matches with just your regular type of force cards because you're only allowed to have 1 G-Force in a deck maximum in Warsaken Blitz. So a pair of force cards out there for Nathaka. 2 sets of 2 force. Let's go with a pair of freezing rainstorms. My turn. 4. Okay, nothing makes a match. Play a pair of weather cards. Cloud cover. I'll forego those last 2 actions and end the turn. Roll a 5 for Nathaka. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win coming up in the next 30 minutes and change. No play. Wow. There's only 14 cards. Sometimes that happens. Happens to me sometimes, certainly. My turn. 2. Well, it's nice to have a match, but so much risk to putting that out there. Plus, that's a bit of insurance if something gets bounced. Okay, let's chance it. Advanced weather station. That ends the turn. It's not going to let me click. One little bug in this game. Sometimes it, after you've been playing for a little while, won't let you click. So normally when this happens, I'll wait. My opponent rolls a 3. I'll F5. Look, 2 seconds. 1, 2. Pops back into place. A couple seconds after that, the cosmetic part pops back in. See? All better. At least if you're on a PC. So there's a weather match for Nathaka, which will mean an extra turn. WMD. Uh-oh, a pair of WMDs. Knowing that she had this extra turn right here and would have at least a 1. Probably means a 3rd's about to drop. If so, I'll be down to 1 territory. It's an interesting move by Nathaka if there's not a 3rd WMD up there. There's the 3rd. That WMD match has me down to 1 territory. You can play at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. A pair of intel cards with a threat getting stuff bounced from my war zone. My turn. 4. Okay, so I can play the 3rd building card, go back for weather, get an extra turn. We'll go back for the geomagnetic disturbance. More Northern Lights. And with that spot, that 4th spot in my war zone open, geomagnetic disturbance. I probably should have brought back a different 3rd card. Maybe do it. I don't think there were any one-offs in there, so maybe not. Anyway, geomagnetic disturbance. I don't want the +3 actions. I want the +1 turn. Extra turn. 5. All right, didn't get the WMD match I was looking for. But, okay, let's see. Okay. Let's play Specialist Chloe Moore.
Select target.
This force match will eliminate a second territory for Nathaka, leaving only 2 remaining. The spot here where I can get an extra turn with a cloud cover. Maybe play 2 of the ZS Wolves and or 2 of the Azar Cyruses. Will only be one or the other, really. Let's see. So I wouldn't want to play all 3. At some point, I've got to say, well, I can't wait forever for that WMD trio. I'm hoping it'll show up. Anyway, I'll go ahead with the cloud cover. +1 turn. Azar Cyrus, the Fabricator. I'll be careful to only play 2 of these. Because with my opponent down to 2 territories remaining, if I can roll a 4 or higher and get a WMD match, then I'd be able to win the match right here. But if I use the force now, it would take my opponent down to 1 territory, and it would be much less effective. And yeah, that might be what I have to do if I don't get a WMD match. So, cognizant of all that. Oh, let's see. 1 action to go for the turn. It never hurts to have weather out there in case you need some luck on your side there at the end. Sometimes weather will bail you out. Here we go. Extra turn. 2. I'll play the second Blinding Sandstorm. I'll pass up the last action and then the turn. Taking on Nathaka here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Friday afternoon here in Nashville. I know it's already Saturday for some of you. Roll a 6 here for Nathaka, who just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. With 20 cards and 6 actions here. So there's intel. I'll probably bounce 1 each of the cards in my war zone. That would be my guess. Breaking up those pairs. Although it might not matter. Although if it didn't matter, we would just see force, and that would be the match, I think. There's 1 force match. It's going to give me a compromised leader. Nathaka will just need 1 more to get the win.
Compromised.
Pair of building cards. But that's it for the turn. Okay. My turn. 1. Oh, finally got it, but a bit too little too late with that, huh? Or maybe not. Maybe I'll get lucky and have another roll, but it's just not all that likely. Let's see. So I can, well... Okay, I'll play a second Azar Cyrus. And that'll end my turn. Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to get the win. It's a roll of 1. Is there a 3rd Nameless Soldier? Is there a 3rd Cheetah Z series? There's the 3rd building card. No, instead it's a weather, so I am going to get another roll. Look at this. 5. And I have that Roman's prototype out there. I believe I'll get the win right here. My goodness. What a game. WMD match. Captured leader.
Select target.
That WMD match will eliminate Nathaka's 2 remaining territories.
Compromised.
2 actions to go for the turn. With a compromised leader, I just need a force match. Roman's prototype for the win.
Select target. Select target.
Wow. That was a hard fight there. It's fortunate to get that lucky roll when I needed at the end. Good game, Nathaka. So here we go, taking on UXOOU. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. It's really hard to complain about that. 3 pair. Nice variety keep. This is the Dusk Magma game match that I'm using today with this deck. Taking on UXOOU. It's got that dark die with a dark. In that case, it was the number 1, which is represented by the Warsaken logo. It's that dark logo on that dark gray background. Force card play by UXOOU. My turn. 1. All right, well, play a weather card. Freezing rainstorm. That's it for the turn. UXOOU with a roll of 5. We'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin coming up in our next hour. Morale. Interesting. So a morale match takes me from 20 down to 14. If that hits 0, if your morale hits 0, you have a compromised leader at that point in Warsaken Blitz. See how that's -5 morale? That's dangerous. More morale. Because that's another way you can lose morale, is that whatever territory that an opponent eliminates, the amount of that morale that's designated on the card is taken away. 5. All right, so I have a trio of A7X cards, so that'll be a force match.
Select target.
This force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Unreal. Port of Carmersani. Eliminate. 2 actions to go for the turn. And go ahead and play that second Freezing Rainstorm. Only 1 action to go for the turn. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. And if UXOOU had an intel match waiting and I had a 3rd card out there, we're making an easier target. On the flip side, intel could be used to force me to discard. Instead, there's morale. They need to make it. It doesn't really help things to make it darker when the turn ends after morale is played. That might be something to. It doesn't happen that much, but see, I'm down to 8. I rolled a 1, so I'm not really in a good spot here. So 1 more morale match, I'd be down to 2. The bigger concern, I had to play the one with the -5. Had to do that. So a WMD could give me a compromised leader if my opponent picks the right ones. So I hope that doesn't happen. All I can do right now is hope, because I don't have much else I can play as far as this turn goes. Pass up the action, end the turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live, taking on UXOOU, roll of 1. Second morale card. My turn. 5. All right. Well, at least get an extra turn out of it. Play a 3rd Freezing Rainstorm. Extra turn. So a wide open war zone for me. 4 actions to go for the turn with an extra turn to come. Well, let's put some intel out there. Plant a device. 2 of those. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with the H5 dropship. Force cards. And now my extra turn. 6. I can play building cards, go back for weather, play that, and get an extra turn. I think that's the best option of, although you never want to do this. You don't always look before you leap. Make sure that you know what you're going back for. Even just takes a moment to peek at. Okay, I'm going back for the freezing rainstorms, and I'll play those, and get an extra turn. And this little side button here brings them all back at once. But notice it's not going to be, are you sure? It just does it. So be careful with this in the game. See, boom. Not messing around. Luckily for me, with that roll of 6, I have 3 actions remaining for the turn, so I can play the Freezing Rainstorm again. Another extra turn. 3. More building cards. That. H5 dropship.
Select target.
That's a force match. That force match will eliminate a second territory for my opponent. The scrapyard. Eliminated. Remember that my morale's down to 8, so this is misleading with all this territory intact. Doesn't mean I'm in a position of power here. So I can go a couple different directions with this. I almost think it'd be better to put out a pair that I don't have a third of, like the DX8. Send out the robot dogs with laser beams. On fire! That's it for my turn. Taking on UXWOU, who rolls a 1. No play. My turn. 1. Play a weather card. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 5 for UXWOU. Morale. Well, I'm down to 8 morale. A morale match would take me down to 2 remaining. And the big concern is a WMD, because that could single-handedly give me a compromised leader. That's it for the turn. However, once you have a compromised leader, the only way your opponent can eliminate it is with a force match. So there's that to consider as well. My turn. 6. All right, let's see. I can give my opponent a compromised leader. I can go back for weather, but I don't know. Well, so I've got a third fire in the... No, that's only a second fire in the field. That's why he's not doing the victory dance for me. Okay, let's go ahead and go with DX8. Let's do it. Can't wait forever for a WMD match.
Select target.
So we'll leave my opponent with 1 territory remaining. 5 actions to go for the turn. Agent Zera. This is going to be a force match that will eliminate the last remaining territory for my opponent. Give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target. Leader compromised.
So I need 1 more force match to get the win. I don't have that at the moment. Could put 2 building cards out there, but I think that's asking for trouble to a degree. So instead, if I roll a 6 for the next turn, then I've got the win. So at least I have that in hand if I don't put it out there. Let's see. I can just go with 2 cloud covers, play a fire in the fields and something else. And make sure I don't have any weathers in here that I'm forgetting about. I think this is all 3s. There's no intel business in there. All right, so let's just play a second fire in the fields. And then I'll play 1 cloud cover. That might come. You never know. It sometimes comes into play when you think it might not. Because I still have that 4th spot, my war zone open, even with a cloud cover here. So it works, I think. We'll see. That's it for my turn. But remember, I'm down to 8 as far as my morale. 2 sets of 2 morale cards opposite me. Those can take away 6 per punch. Roll a 6. This could do it. Taking on UXWOU. Force card. There's a force match. So depending on which territory, not surprised, the one with the -5 morale, it's going to take me down to 3. So no, a force match would give me a compromised leader by way of morale. Ditto for if a morale match happens up here. The difference is once I've got a compromised leader, those morale cards aren't of any benefit. So look at that pullback there. 1. Intel. That ends the turn. My turn. 4. Okay. Cloud cover. Maybe 1 short. If I do the +3 actions, I'd be 1 short. What would I have? Okay, let's think about this. We'll go extra turn. Two actions to go for this turn. Let's put the Z-27 Tigers out there. Or if I put the guard towers out there, then if I roll a 4 or higher, I've got the win for sure. I don't know. Oof. Guard towers. Extra turn. Oh, and it's not going to let me click. Oh, this bug drives me up the wall. F5. Luckily, it can be fixed very quickly. It just tends to take the drama out of the moment.
Leader compromised.
Here we go. 2. Guard tower. Bring back the drop ships. 1 action to go for the turn. I can play 1 of the 4 drop ships here. Even if it were to be bounced, I still have 3 more, but I might not get another roll. Roll a 5 here for UXWOU. I'm down to 3 morale. A force match or morale match will give me a compromise later. 21 cards and 5 actions for my opponent. There's a morale match. Here we go.
Leader compromised.
There's the force match for the win. All right, good game. UXWOU victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Meowsy. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Cats in different languages. Well, if I would imagine, because a lot of that is the cat finding ways to communicate with people, learning in different ways. Okay, this is unusual to have 3 building. But the problem is these are so many building cards here. I have nothing I could do with it early. I'd be pretty hamstrung. So this breaks my normal rule. I normally say if I have a pair of force cards, I go with it. But I don't know about this. You know what? That's the rule, though. Let's stick with it. Let's see what happens. Got the Blood Fungus game mat, so we got that to enjoy for this start right here. Okay, well, we'll put out a pair of T15 Jameson Haulers. Let's see. 3 spots open my war zone. I'm going to stick with what I have there, not knowing what type of deck that Meowsy might have, so pass up that remaining action in the turn. And particularly with this game mat, I like having it where you can get the accessories to match. Well, I've got this is the one where it doesn't go with the purple I normally have with my brand color, since it tends to be a better fit here, the white here with the red on the die. Kind of way to show off some stuff while not straying too much from being on brand, for whatever that means, in a live stream. 5. All right, well, I can go 2 sets of 2 weather. Play a pair of ideal conditions. 2 spots open my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of geomagnetic disturbance cards. Savage escalation weather. Really prefer to keep that 4th spot, my war zone, open as much as possible, and now is no exception to that. So we'll pass up that last action in the turn. Roll a 5. There's a force match. Harvey did Crazy Cat. 3 actions to go for the turn. Weather cards. And then a force card to end the turn. My turn. 6. All right, here we go. We'll get to that in a moment. I'm curious about this weather right here. Air pollution. That's the new Savage Escalation. I don't think I've seen this in play yet in a match here. It's cool to see some of these Savage Escalations. They start to show up. I had to go through some of these decks and put in some of the... Because there's some where I have 2 or 3, and then as I open more of these loot packs, I end up getting to the 4 mark or finding one-offs on the secondary. Ways to put it together for options with decks here in Warsaken Blitz, which just gives me even more variety for live streaming. It's a positive. Also a positive. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. We're going to play that third T-15 Jameson Hauler.
Select the target.
That's a force match which will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. The Brotherland Field, Savage Escalation, on fire. Eliminate. Four actions to go for the turn. I can go back for weather or force. And I think I'll go back for weather. Now, I can't play it this turn, but now I've got it. I mean, I could play it, it'd be very risky. Be an obvious target, but a huge target on it. So instead of that, let's play an A9 Hammerhead, one of my favorites from set 1, Genesis of Conflict. But only 1 action, so only 1 A9 Hammerhead. Extra turn. 3. Oh, I can play the weather and get another extra turn. So I'll do that. Extra turn. 1. They're like, 1, we're not happy about giving you that 1. You've had too many rolls, buddy. So just 1 action to go for the turn. Let's play that second A9 Hammerhead. That'll end my turn. But finally for Meowsy, a roll. Let's roll 2. So a pair of force cards. My turn. 5. So I have a force match with Bella Ivanova. So I'll play that and then play the 2 Fire in the Fields weather cards. But first things first, Bella Ivanova on fire. She's focused.
Select target.
So that's a force match which will eliminate the second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. Ruins of the Brotherland. Eliminated. All right, 2 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We'll go Fire in the Fields. That's it for my turn. Meowsy with a roll of 6. So there's a force match. That's going to eliminate a second territory for me. We're both coming down to 2 territories remaining. 5 actions to go for the turn. Sergeant Randwolf Betzer? I don't think I have any of these cards. Wow, look at that. Whoa. And then a WMD pair and a weather pair. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone for Meowsy. But it's my turn. 4. All right. Of course, they all show up in bunches like this. The problem, though, is I don't have another... I'm going to have to go extra turn as opposed to going +3 actions. I've had 1 more force match. That would be enough, but it's not, because I don't have it. So let's go ahead first with the WMD. That's a WMD match. That will eliminate my opponent's final 2 territories, giving my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn. I'll play this ideal conditions. Extra turn. I just need to get a force match to get the win. It's a 1. Two spots open in my war zone. All that menagerie on the other side. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have that force match before and rolled low enough here where it's not going to be... Even if I did, I couldn't do anything with it this turn other than just playing 1. So instead, we'll go Rummage, which might look like a force card with the tanks, but it's not. It's Intel. Gotta look for the insignia, the emblem. And that's it for my turn. So I'm taking on Meowsy as a compromised leader, but I'm down to 2 territories. Roll 2. But if one of those 2 is a WMD match, that would give me a compromised leader, because that would eliminate my last 2 territories. No play. Wow. I need a force match. Let's see. What do we have? 5. I'm going to get it right here. A9 Hammerhead for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. Good game, Meowsy.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Bulk the Bear. All right, so I have my notes caught up. And I had that half second of false hope. You glance at a bunch of night vision cards in the same hand, or same starting 8 in this case. Unfortunately for me, that false hope dissipated since it was false. Nothing matches for even a pair. So we'll take a mulligan. We'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards once again. Well, I can work with that. You really don't want to use that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. That +1 card penalty is not a fun, and there's no guarantee you're going to get anything better than what you have. And you're stuck with it. This 2 sets of 2 keep. And I get to go first. Lucky me. 1. This is the base entrance game mat. I have a different one of these base entrance game mats up on my prize wheel. Flaw was looking that up earlier. Play an Intel assassination attempt. Roll of 5 here for Bulk the Bear. So there's a weather match. That means an extra turn for my opponent. A force card. And then another force card. Extra turn, roll of 6. So a second nameless soldier. 1 more would make a match. Pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. I'll pull back on the XTT. 2 actions to go for the turn. And it makes sense to do that. I'm going to pull back 1 that's just in the way. Make room for something where you have a pair. 3 wide, 2 deep. My turn. 6. All right, nothing makes a match for me. Play that second assassination attempt. So an intel pair in my war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. We'll go freezing rainstorm. There are weather cards here. 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. pair of blinding sandstorms. I really value keeping that fourth spot in my war zone open as much as possible. So while there are certain options here, forego them. Pass it the last action in the turn. Again, as I've mentioned, something players tend to learn as they get more experience playing Blitz is the value of not necessarily using all of your actions in a given turn. Anything you put in that war zone of yours can be potentially targeted by an opponent with intel. There's a force match. That force match eliminates one of my territories. I'm down to 3. My turn. 2. Tough one. Nothing makes a match. I really want to keep that fourth spot in my war zone open. I could put... Even if I had 4 actions, I don't know if pulling back the intel to play weather is the play to make there. I don't know. Whatever the case, I'll pass up those 2 actions and end the turn. Roll 2. Taking on Bulk the Bear here in Warsaken Blitz. NashvilleLou live. Pair of intel cards. As I was talking about the dangers of putting cards out there in your war zone, they could get targeted. Of course, I've got a pair of intel cards out there as well, so something for both sides to consider. As always in this very entertaining game. Roll a 6. All right, so I'll have a weather match there with a terrifying storm. And I'll take the extra turn in a moment. 3 actions to go for the turn. You see why I value keeping that 4th spot in the war zone open. I could go... Let's just do this first. Since I've got the extra turn pending, I'll be okay with the Max Harpers. Let's bounce. There's a few options in this game when it comes to an intel match, and I chose to bounce 3. So I'm going to go 1 of each. With the 3 sets of 2 in my opponent's war zone. Nameless Soldier. Search algorithm. Fire in the fields. Bounce. So those cards go to my opponent's discard pile. 2 actions to go for the turn, with an extra turn to come. Play 2 of these Max Harper Dealer Force cards. Extra turn. Even if I roll a 1, got a match there. So roll a 6. Freezing Rainstorm. We'll go with an extra turn. We'll get to that. 3rd, Max Harper. This will be a force match. That force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Four actions to go for the turn. And go back for intel, force, or weather. I think the play, though, is... Let's see. I got a geomagnetic. Is there another... I just haven't played one of those yet, right? Let's see if I had any one-off sitting up here that might be an option. Let's go get some weather. Advanced Weather Station. Bring back the Freezing Rainstorm. 1 action for the turn. Don't want to put that out there since that would be obvious target for my opponent. Have a coin flip as far as if I wanted to put anything with any of these 3 pairs of force cards out there. Double O Black Blade. We'll put one of those out there. Extra turn. 1. Really should have played the Freezing Rainstorm there. I didn't play that one, even though it worked out as it turns out. Another Double O Black Blade. The slow road. That ends the turn. Roll of 2. Taking on Bulk the Bear. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Taking on Bulk the Bear, who does a pullback on that intel. Remember, I went through and did some bouncing, so a pair of pullbacks there. You can see how a well-timed intel can really cause problems for your opponent. My turn. 2. Well, I put 1 freezing rainstorm out there, and then still have 3 in hand, so if it got bounced, I'd be okay. Let's go ahead and play the 00 Black Blade. That'll be another force match.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. One action for the turn. Freezing rainstorm. That's it for my turn. And it's not going to let me click, so let's wait and see what my opponent rolled. 6. Uh-oh. I'll hit F5 on my app, so it'll refresh that. Take me back to where I was. Even though it's only like a 2-second wait. It's like a 2-second wait. Sometimes there's a WMD match. Sometimes you might miss what your opponent rolled, which is why I wait when that happens. And I'm sure they're working to get that fixed, because it's not fun. But you can't dodge it when I'm live here. But this game's UI is remarkably intuitive for something that's in beta form. Remember, this is still the beta version of this game, of Blitz. The full version's still being worked on. There's so much to come with Warsaken. It's going to be so much fun. I love this game. I love live streaming this game. You'd think I'd be sick of it by now, but I'm not. I have 0 as far as any sort of, oh, well, time to make the donuts. It never feels like that. It's always fun. Hard work is being out digging ditches in 90-degree weather in the summertime in the greater Nashville area. I've done that before. So anytime I complain about things, that's with that caveat in mind. Bulk the Bear with a force match. I've got to compromise later.
Compromised.
That means Bulk the Bear only needs 1 more force match to bait me. My turn. 4. All right. Kind of blundered the way I played that before, but I think it may bail me out. I really need to get a WMD match if I can. So we'll go Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. I'm going to play this one a little bit differently. I'm going to play 2 Freezing Rainstorms, but only 2. So I don't want to activate it just yet. I'm in a situation where I need a +3 actions. I'd rather know it. Oh, it's not let me click again? All right, well, I'll hit F5. That's unusual. Normally, if you hit F5, you're good for a little bit.
Leader compromised.
The computer questioning my gameplay. And I'll play a pair of Ken shows. Only 2 actions to go for the turn, so, well, I'll be careful about it. I have before just presumed I didn't have one out there. It's not. Oh, it's doing it again to me. What is this, a rib? F5 again. All right, well, the game really doesn't care for my gameplay, it seems. But let's go with, let's not mess it up. I'm going to get thrown off if I'm not careful here. I'm going to keep F5 and it's throwing me off. Ken show. Extra turn. 2. Got the WMD match. Okay, let's think about this for a moment. Ken show. I need 4 actions, essentially. Play a Freezing Rainstorm. Let's think about this. Play 1 Freezing Rainstorm. Or do I go +3 actions with a Rainstorm? Play the weather. Okay, let's see. Freezing Rainstorm. But play one of these here. I'm going to go +3 actions here, I think. I think that's the move. Oh, it's not me click. What in the world's going on with this? Why you got to treat me like this? Come on. I took the +3 actions. I'm going to get the win right here after all. I just had to think it through a little bit. WMD match.
Select target.
It's going to give my opponent a compromise later.
Compromised.
Kinsho for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Bulk the Bear. It doesn't get much closer than that. My goodness. I mean, look at our collective war zones are almost empty. Both had compromise leaders. Caught a break there at the end. Good game.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Kron. Many thanks to Carl Casey at White Bat Audio, who makes most of that outstanding background music that I'm able to use. All you have to do is give credit. Easy enough for me. NashvilleLou.com/music has full music attribution information for anybody interested in that. Well, the only pair I have are building cards. That's not going to cut it. So I'll take a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. All right, force match. I'm going to keep that. You don't want that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to use it. Keep. And I get to go first. Roll to 3. Play a pair of force cards. X3 Black Dog. Use Savage Escalation Force. This is the Urban Warzone game mat that I'm using with this deck today. 1 action for the turn with nothing really standing out to use here. Pass at the last action, and then the turn. Roll a 4. I think one of the biggest lessons for new players to learn is that you don't necessarily need to use all of your actions in a turn. Sometimes it'll work against you. Pair of intel cards. And then a weather card. If you play like intel and weather early, it can be a bit of a mystery to your opponent what type of deck layout you might have, because you have the option with an arsenal of 60 to have group. You can have it where there's only 3 of a given card, but that's foolish, really. Your best bet's going 15 sets of 4 with some of those 6. Usually I don't have morale in, but maybe I'll do some more of that here as time goes by. Roll a 4. I've got some great morale cards. That Ziano is the leader that was it Pledge? Something like a fraternity thing. But since that went away, I don't need them per se like I did earlier as far as how they benefit me. Because they do a great job with loot to reward people that buy cards in this wonderful game. 4 actions to go for the turn. I can sit here and yak all day, but it's not going to make this sort out any better necessarily. I will go the RCG Charleston. Send the Navy. And while I could play something here in that 3rd spot in my war zone, really not keen on that, especially opposite a pair of intel cards. Got the Angry Mob coming at you. That Cause Production Strike. They got their own signs. Got a slash through that. Anyway, so that's the risk I have putting those out there, but also why there's sometimes good reason to not put something in that 3rd spot in your war zone. So I'll pass the last 2 actions in the turn. Taking on Kron. Roll 2. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'll be looking for more competition for people I haven't played yet today in Warsaken Blitz. All right, so that's it for the turn for my opponent. Roll 2. All right. Well, it worked out well with the RCG Charleston. Maybe it's just luck that it was that, not the other force pair that I could have gone with there. So the RCG Charleston will be a force match. Aid has arrived.
Select target.
This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. I have one action to go for the turn. But as noted, there is that pair of intel cards in my opponent's war zone, so pass up that last action in the turn. It's a roll of 3 for Kron. WMD match. That's a gold WMD on top of it. A WMD match will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Just like that, I'm down from 4 to 2. My turn. 1. Oof. Treasury Department, that high yield, which will actually mean something in the full Warsaken game. It's just kind of fun to talk about here. The only thing that really matters with the territory cards in Blitz is the morale. But it does matter. So, as evidenced earlier, when I lost to an opponent with a morale-heavy deck. 1 action for the turn. I'll pass it up in the turn. Roll a 4. There's a force match. That's going to drop me down to 1 territory. There goes the Treasury Department. 1 action to go for the turn. All I have left is the Black Earth Mine. Once all of your territories are eliminated, of course, at that point, you'll have a compromised leader. So, a pair of intel cards, a pair of weather cards in my opponent's war zone. Roll 5. I don't think there's a match here, is there? Oh my. Oh dear. Well, I can put a couple of pair out there in the war zone. I could do that. Let's see. Put some intel out there. Satellite recon. I could put a force pair out there, but then which ones do you go with? We'll go with Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. Let's do it. A little later in the match, here I'm down to 1 territory. Now's not the time to play too conservatively. I'll pass up the last action, though. We'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open on the turn. Taking on Kron here in Warsaken Blitz on NashvilleLou Live. It's a roll of 6. There's an intel match. That's the risk I took. Putting that force out there. Now, it could go after my arsenal and surprise me, or could force me to discard, but I'm thinking it's going to bounce. There's the bounce. 1 of each for my war zone. 5 actions still to go for the turn. Kron just needs 2 more force matches. 1 to take out, to eliminate my final remaining territory. The other to eliminate would then be a compromised leader. There is a building match, so that's going to be either force or intel coming back. You figure going for force. Roman's prototype. Yep, that's the play. Now there's only 2 actions to go for the turn. Kron has a 4th Roman's prototype. Maybe you just play 1 of them here. Oh, there's 2. Let's see what I can get here. My turn. 3. Oof. Do a pullback on Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. And we'll play a pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic disturbance. But that's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1 for Kron. And look at that. Gold, ideal conditions. There's a force match. Yeah, I knew that was likely imminent, considering that, at least on the prior turn, Kron go back for that with a building match. So I've got a compromise later. Tough spot. Let's see if I can fight my way out of it. 5. Well, let's see. I've got at least one force match over here with the eels. Or the double ELs. I'm not sure. E-L. How I'm supposed to say that. So we'll play that. This will at least take my opponent's territory count from 3 down to 2 remaining.
Select target.
Even Ben Kier Island in gold. Eliminated. Looks good and all, but at some point, trying to get rid of it all. So 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's see. We'll play an X3 Black Dog. I'll do a pullback on the satellite recon. That'll end my turn. All that Kron needs is one more force match to beat me. It's a roll of 5. 19 cards and 5 actions. Surely this will be it. If not that, then perhaps a weather match. Intel, interesting. I'm going to bounce the 2 force cards and then one of the weathers would be my anticipation. Other way around. Okay, so one of the... I guess knowing that I already had one in my discard pile, you didn't have to get rid of both of them. That's actually a really smart play. I'm not sure how calculated that was, but if you did that knowing that I had one of those in there already, then that was just a... It might not make a difference, but it's pretty savvy. Meanwhile, at least I'm getting another roll. I wasn't counting on that. I mean, if I roll a 6 here, then hang on. 3. Well, I will have a weather match. So I'll get an extra turn. Let's see. 3. And you can wait and wait and wait for WMD, and it might not ever show up. However, sneaking over here on the leftmost side, assassination attempt. This will be an intel match. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Knowing that a force match would beat me. This is a 1 of 1 blood foil. Look at this.
Select target. Select target.
We'll bounce both of the Goliaths and then the gold. You don't get a choice on which one. It happened to be the one on top. So we'll bounce the ideal conditions as well. Just one of them. That's it for my turn. I'm still in a spot with a compromised leader. 1. Wow, I'm going to get at least one more roll. You never know for sure. In Warsaken Blitz. Taking on Kron. Force card. That ends the turn. My turn. 5. Alright, I got the WMD. Of course, now you get when it rains, it pours with that. But I think I'm going to be 1 shy because that's how it's looking at the moment. So we'll play the EMP Discharge. There'll be a WMD match that will eliminate my opponent's final 2 remaining territories.
Select target. Compromised.
We both have compromised leaders, so the next one of us make a force match will get the win. We'll play 2 of Ray and the Insider. But that's it for my turn. Kron with a roll of 5. This will probably do it right here. Kron just needs 1 more force match to get the win. We both got a compromised leader. If not that, perhaps a weather match. $19 cards and 5 actions here for Kron, who just needs a force match to beat me. This is about as close as it gets in Warsaken Blitz. Building cards. I was wondering, okay, this one, the ideal conditions. There's another one of those up in Kron's hand that could mean an extra turn. If you go back for force, what do you got out there? What is this? Really colorful. The Phoenix Reaper. I should have known. F92 Phoenix Reaper. Okay. So I think you grabbed the gold ideal conditions. So if there's a third ideal conditions, it could mean an extra turn. Okay, there it is. Extra turn. The +3 actions. Okay, that means you got the goods then, I guess. Roman's prototype. For the win. In gold.
Leader eliminated. Defeated.
All right, good game. Kron victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. Okay, so my notes caught up. I can work with this. Keep. And I get to go first. 1. Look at that. I'm not going to put that out there quite yet. Ideal conditions. Weather card. That's it for my turn. Again, with this deck today, I'm using the Blood Fungus game mat. Some of the red and white accessories kind of provide a different kind of look as far as showing off some of the various, I think the word they use, the in-game elements, I guess their title is gear, but there's a specific term they use for it. Cosmetics. That's it. 2 sets of 2 weather. Opposite me for tech. So rule of 5. This is working out quite nicely early on, at least. Ideal conditions. It's a weather match. I'll take the extra turn in a moment. 3 actions to go for the turn. This will be a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select the target.
Extra turn. 3. All right, well, nothing makes a match, but I can play a pair of weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm. 1 action to go for the turn. I think we'll hold off on that. Pass up the action and the turn. Taking on Tech. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. My next broadcast, Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, with more Warsaken Blitz. I'm gonna let my voice rest up some this weekend. There's a weather match for Tech. Intel, pair of Intel cards. Extra turn, roll of 1. No play, my turn. 5. Could put building cards out there. I just know that's asking for trouble with an opponent that's got a pair of Intel cards out there. You don't want to put building cards out there if you can help it. As much as it pains, I'm going to pass up all 5 actions in the turn. Roll of 5 for Tech. Later in this hour, we're giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. chance to win's coming up. Another pair of intel cards. 2 sets of 2 intel building cards. Wow. 4 wide and 2 deep out there for tech. My turn. 3. All right, I can play building cards. You're not going back for a WMD in this case because you can only play at most 1 WMD match in a given side in a game of Warsaken Blitz. So instead, because I really don't have any other options that are much better, let's go back and get some weather, ideal conditions. But that's it for my turn. There's some risk to doing it that way. If I hold on to the building cards, maybe something gets bounced. And then there's the opportunity to bring it back with the building cards, but you can't wait around forever in this game. Roll of 1 for tech. No play. My turn. 1. So I'm not putting the weather cards out there against that. And we'll play Clever Hijack. That's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live, taking on tech. Tech with a roll of 5. I figure something's going to match. One of those 4 sets of 2 out there. It was a building match, and there it is. That'll be weather coming back to tech. So there's a spot open. You'll probably see a trio weather card show up. Yep, here we go again with that. So it'll be an extra turn for tech with 1 action still to go for this turn. Extra turn, roll of 5. 20 cards and 5 actions. Yeah, that's a good point, Kron, about intel, how that can slow down opponents. And sometimes it may actually be doing your opponent a favor if they're being overly aggressive. Encouraging them to not use all their actions can sometimes actually benefit them. Let's see, went back for the weather again. That's it for the turn. 6. Wow, I got some weather choices. Got a lot of choices. A lot of choices. I've already played by WMD, so I don't have to worry about that. Guess we'll go extra turn, extra turn. It would be different if I had a force match in hand, but I don't. So extra turn. I only get the 1 extra turn, but I will get a second here because of the ideal conditions. I need 3 force matches, essentially, to get the win. First extra turn, roll of 4. I could go weather. Let's think about this. I would love to use intel and bounce 1 each of those 3 out there, but with 20 cards. I don't know. I go weather plus 3 turns. That would be kind of a waste of them anyway. There's no point in going plus 3 turns if they're not out there. I would go extra turn, but then if I... All right, let's go with it. Extra turn. T15 Jameson Hall. 1. T15 Jameson Haller. Another extra turn. 5. Well, so I can play the intel and still have a force match as well in this turn. And still have 2 actions because I have that T15 Jameson Haller. Let's play that first. Maybe the better play isn't to go intel. Let's think about this. It probably will be the better play, though. 4 actions for the turn. I can play another force match and give my opponent a compromised leader, and then play one more hammerhead. I think I may actually do that. Even though there's plenty of potential for bouncing, but that doesn't matter as much at this point, I don't think. So let's do it that way. G1 Foxbuster. Force match.
Select target.
This force match will eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory. Give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
And now with 1 action to go for the turn, play the A9 Hammerhead. That's it for my turn. So Tech has a compromised leader, but 20 cards plus whatever's rolled here, plus the 3Y 2 deep out there in the war zone opposite me. It's roll of 6. Oh my goodness. 26 cards. Oh my. Intel. This could try to mill down my arsenal. That's exactly what's going to happen. 18 to 12. If my arsenal hits 0, I have a compromise later. Weather match. Extra turn. Probably. It's either that or +3 actions, so I'd prefer it not to be the +3 actions. That's usually the sign you're about to get just smoked on something. About to get just pounded. Get that extra turn isn't exactly a lovely idea. Anyways, a second extra turn. Tech just needs 2 more intel matches to mill my arsenal down to 0. Here's the first extra turn, roll of 3. Another intel match. I'm down to 6 cards in my arsenal. 1 more intel match would give me a compromised leader. Weather card, extra turn, number 2. One. So if I roll a 2 or higher for my next turn, I should get the win. Unless that's an intel match that would bounce something. Nope. Weather. Okay. 2 or higher and I get the win. Let's see. 1! What a rib. What a rib. 1. Okay, in the event that gets taken out, here's the problem though. I got another 5. So I guess 6 or 5. That's really... Either way, an intel, this is not good. And the problem is me sticking the hammerhead out there, so it's going to get gone after, I bet. Oh my. Lever hijack. That's it for the turn. Oh. 2. I hope there's not a 3rd freezing rainstorm. An intel match would mean I'd have a compromised leader, but a weather match would mean an extra turn. I think I'd rather take the former at this point. Oh, there's the weather match for the extra turn. I'm going to take the +3 actions here. Well, if you got, there we go. That's going to be it. As far as getting me to a compromise later. I bet you Tech's got a force match ready to play. Agent Nika Devin, of course, the sneaky one at the very end. Good game. All right, good game, Tech.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Carlos CGTV. Hello, Chowabunga. Hello. Doing great. How about you? Yeah, the randomizer's closed for the moment. We're going back to it after this match. And it's been cruel to Flaw today. Although Flaw did get that Warsaken wheel spin earlier, so she won't leave empty-handed no matter how this rest of the show plays out. Well, this is a bit of a mess here of cards. So despite having the pair of building cards, that's, to me, I'll take the mulligan instead of that. So reshuffles my arsenal, my deck of 60. That's more likely something I can work with early. Or the weather keep. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you really need that second mulligan. This is the base entrance game mat that I'm using here, which also happens to be additional one of those that's up on the prize wheel for today. Prize wheel for people that beat me here in live player versus player competition. Roll of 1 to start things off. Carlos CGTV. Create a trivia song. 2. Here, every now and then a break from something is helpful. Let's go with weather. A pair of Savage Escalation weather cards and Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for my turn. So my opponent is Carlos CGTV. Went through all the categories already. Rule of 2. Some of those categories depends on I guess on who's administering the game. What they consider 90s rock. I'm like, huh. I was a college DJ in the 90s. I got some pretty obscure cuts that I know about. And you ought to find this stuff I've never heard of. My turn. That's part of, it's fun sometimes when you don't know the songs. You're trying to get like context clues. Trying to hear a name or something that sounds like it might match. Alright, well I can bounce everything from my opponent's war zone. So we'll do that. Stolen blueprints. You have 3 different options with an intel match. Milling 6. Send 6 cards from your opponent's deck to your opponent's discard pile. You can force your opponent to discard. The earlier the better if you're going to do it. But I love to bounce.
Select target.
We have the option of bouncing. Typically you'll only do this if your opponent has at least 3 cards out there in the war zone opposite you. We'll bounce the intel.
Select target.
And both of the weathers. Those cards get bounced from the war zone to the discard pile. 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing else makes a match, but I can play some intel here with the assassination attempt. 2 of those. Pair of weather cards, pair of intel cards. I'll pass up the last action and end the turn. Carlos CGTV with a roll of 6. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent. Somebody I haven't played yet today in Warsaken Blitz. Carlos CGTV here with 14 cards and a roll of 6. Terrifying Storm, pair of weather cards. Building cards. Shadow Torture Facility. Yikes. 2 actions to go for the turn. A 3rd building card would allow my opponent to retrieve those 3 cards that I unceremoniously bounced from the war zone to the discard pile. There's a WMD. Remember, a WMD match eliminates 2 of your opponent's territories. There's a reason I'm hesitant to put them out there in my war zone. They have a way of getting bounced sometimes. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Well, nothing particularly helpful here, so we'll pass up that 1 action in the turn. Trying to have some discretion as far as not just automatically putting something out there in the 3rd spot of my war zone. I think sometimes that has tripped me up tactically, so I'm trying some different things with that. 2 actions here for my opponent, taking on Carlos CGTV. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. We're looking for another opponent. More live player versus player competition. My next broadcast, Warsaken Blitz, will be Monday. This upcoming Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. You know I love 2 p.m. Eastern. All over that. Pair of weather cards to end the turn. My turn. 2. Okay. I'll go ahead and play the... Well, you know what? Actually... Okay, let's do it. Max Harper dealer. I waited an extra turn, but... There's a lot out there in my opponent's war zone. Taking on Carlos CGTV, who just rolled a 6. Chowbunga saying, it's more fun when other people don't know the songs. 6 actions, 15 cards here for Carlos CGTV. I probably still have the CD somewhere, or maybe not. But I feel like when I was in high school and in college, it was great having the Queen Greatest Hits double CD. Tremendous tracks, but deep cuts that go beyond that are kind of outside of my realm of knowledge. So it makes it interesting. It's like, you know, playing, it's like guitar solo. Like, guitar solo? What is this business? But then you kind of figure it out. There's a force match for Carlos CGTV. That's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. So a pair of weather cards to end the turn. My turn. 4. All right, so I have a match with a 3rd geomagnetic disturbance. Weather match. Take an extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Put some force out there. A pair of B6 rabid beasts. Pass up the last action for this turn. Extra turn. 4. I mean, ultimately it's a game, so it's not like you have to get, you know, it's fun. It's interesting to see where people's music strengths and weaknesses are. You get me too far past 2016 and my pop music just like falls off a cliff. B6 Rabid Beast. That's a force match. This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Two spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of weather cards. Terrifying Storm. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. More songs. More music. I imagine licensing for that. It's very tricky. I'm very careful with the music that I put on my live streams. Like, me having my own music is not any sort of reflection at all against the music in Warsaken. They've got some great music. I'm just extremely paranoid to the point of being, no, I'm doing this one my way, and I'm not going to do my best to not run into the copyright monsters. There's no reasoning with them. There's no appeal. It's tough enough to get the occasional phantom claim, especially on YouTube, to the point I don't even like using YouTube anymore for archiving stuff. But man, if it's like this now, we're going to be like 5 years from now. Stuff ends up getting pulled or whatever. So weather match will be an extra turn. It's very nice with Twitch. You can make a highlight of your broadcast and it sticks around indefinitely. Not everybody wants to do that, obviously, but I see. It should be pretty obvious by now that I see the value in this content beyond just the live form. Lou Remix. I'm running stuff from August and people are still watching because it's compelling as far as the gameplay goes. People trying to learn the game. And I can't have Lou Remix up all the time because I have to use that computer for other things from time to time, like playing the game right now. Like, I'm not running competition against myself. I can put some Fire Pro Wrestling World on there. So I'm taking on Carlos CGTV. I wonder if there's a problem. Oh, there's the 3. I was about to say if I needed to refresh the app just to be sure it wasn't something on my end. So a roll of 3, 14 cards, 3 actions, all those potential matches with the pairs out in the war zone opposite me. The stuff they got I bounced earlier. Going back to the cloud cover, maybe the hold critical part. Just gonna go weather straight across. Gonna go with force. I love that you can look at your opponent's discard pile. It really is fun. Because you're like most card games, you're not allowed to do this. And you don't have to do this, but if you, this game will reward you for paying attention. Taking on Carlos CGTV and Warsaken Blitz here on NashvilleLou Live. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'll be looking for another opponent that I haven't faced yet today in live player versus player competition. My next broadcast, Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. More Warsaken Blitz. I love playing this game. I love live streaming this game. All right, so the stuff that got bounced was brought back. Look at that pair of cloud covers. So we're both down to 3 territories remaining. 2 actions to go for the turn for Carlos CGTV. There's a second WMD. A third would make a WMD match and eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Intel. My turn. 6. All right. Couple options here. I could go WMD and then force, give my opponent the compromise leader. I could go weather, but that's, I don't know. I think I'm going to hold off on the weather. Because potentially, if like a black blade drops in for the next turn, I don't know if the weather is going to be the, I think I'm going to do it this way. I will do it this way. WMD match, EMP discharge. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories.
Select target.
Well, I could go weather. I'm instead going to go with a Ken Show. This force match will eliminate my opponent's final territory, give my opponent a compromise leader.
Select target. Leader compromised.
So my opponent is a compromised leader. I just need 1 more force match to get the win. But it's Carlos CGTV's turn. 4. There's a weather match. Three actions to go for the turn, with an extra turn pending. My opponent is a compromised leader. Pair of building cards. There's a third building card. I'm back for force or weather. I'm guessing weather. Indeed. It's the Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. If it was a 3 or higher, the Blinding Sandstorm's going to be played, and then another extra turn. So, rule of 4 here. Taking on Carlos CGTV, who has a compromised leader. But now it's 18 cards and 4 actions. There's a weather match, so another extra turn to come. So as predicted, Blinding Sandstorm weather, another extra turn. Two. Taking on Carlos CGTV, who has a compromised leader. There's an intel match. Could go after my Warzone. Bounce 3 cards from there. It's probably what'll end up happening. Could mill 6 cards from my arsenal. But I'd still have 21 in there, so I don't think that's the play. When you've got a compromised leader, you gotta do what you can to try and minimize the threat from an impending force attack. So bouncing 1 each of the 3 war pairs that are now single cards out there in my Warzone. Extra turn, roll of 3. It does get tough to keep track of the extra turns after a while. Again, this game rewards you for paying attention. There's the WMD match. Finally arrived here for Carlos CGTV. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Be down to 1. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent for live player versus player competition. 2 actions to go for the turn. My opponent is a compromised leader, but I'm down to just 1 territory left. Dropship. Second dropship. If I can get a force match here, I'll win the game. 6. Double O Black Blade for the win.
Select target.
All right, it's a hard-fought battle. Good game, Carlos CGTV.